Chapter 2339. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Refinement CC area. The sea breeze blew, the surface of the sea was rippling, the sound of waves could be heard. A rank 5 hairy old man was lying on a small sampan, unconscious. The sampan moved with the waves. If nothing happened, this hairy old man would die in the sea. But a ship passed by here. After noticing the sampan, screams and shouts could be heard from the ship. After the hairy old man woke up, he found himself on the ship. "Old man, are you also going to the refinement path sacred land to compete for the right to enter and exit the drifting refinement nest?" The hairy GU Masters on the ship asked. The old man nodded. "I live in Kokotahara. I heard about the drifting refinement nest. I know that it was created under the orders of the Supreme World Lord, Great Love Immortal Venerable. Such a refinement path sacred land might give me hope of breaking through." The hairy GU Masters on the ship gasped. "Old man, you traveled such a long distance from Kokotahara to here. It was not easy. We are truly in awe." The hairy old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Initially, I was not alone, there were 3 others. But the journey was dangerous. 2 of my companions died, the remaining 1 did not dare to continue," he returned. "Thus, I am the only one who came here." The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was not safe either. Especially when abnormal situations occurred frequently, the only places that had a stable environment were the settlements of large tribes. They usually had defensive immortal formations or GU immortals guarding them. Thus, even rank 5 GU Masters could not travel long distances, they had to take huge risks. The hairy old man asked the hairy GU Masters on the ship where they came from. Like he expected, these hairy GU Masters came from Mini Eastern Sea's 3 hair continent. Back in Lang Ya Blessed Land, the yellow hair continent, black hair continent, and white hair continent were collectively known as 3 hair continent. These hairy GU Masters had different cultivation levels. Most were rank 4, few were rank 5, and there were also rare rank 3. "I am truly envious of you, you live so close to the refinement path sacred land." The hairy old man sighed internally. "So what if it is close? This place is strictly forbidden. How can the refinement path sacred land be freely entered? According to what I know, many GU Immortals' descendants can enter freely. Alas, we can't compare. They have GU Immortal seniors, they use flying boats to enter and exit this place, they are extremely fast. Hopefully, this test won't be difficult and I'll pass. From now on, you will have the right to enter and exit this place freely." The hairy GU Masters discussed among themselves. Several days later, the hairy old man and the ship's hairy GU Masters arrived at a floating refinement nest. The drifting refinement nest was so huge that all the GU Masters gasped in admiration. A voice transmitted into everyone's ears, guiding the rookies on the correct path, allowing them to smoothly enter the drifting refining nest. The structure of the drifting smelting nest was even more complicated. There were countless rooms of different sizes and corridors. It was very easy to get lost. Under the guidance of that voice, the hairy GU Masters found their own rooms and moved in. The Fang family had all the necessary living facilities, but they were all very simple. The style of ascetic cultivation was undoubtedly evident. That night, the newly arrived hairy GU Masters rested well. From the 2nd day onwards, GU materials were transported into the individual GU refinement rooms in their rooms. The hairy GU Masters started to refine GU. According to that mysterious voice, this was the first test. The GU Masters were asked to use their most proficient methods to process GU materials or refine GU worms. This test lasted for 3 days. During this period, the GU Masters could display their skills to their heart's content. After the test, the GU Masters' rooms were moved, some went to higher floors, while others went down a few floors. The drifting refinement nest did not prohibit GU Masters from interacting with each other, thus, all sorts of small gatherings were held at night. The elderly rank 5 hairy GU Master saw many outstanding GU Masters. Hairy men were the majority, but there were also humans and even a few variant human GU Masters. He also obtained a lot of information from this. One day, according to everyone's conjecture, the higher the floor, the better the results of the test. Because the higher the floor, the bigger and better the room, the better the food. The GU masters revolved around this standard and started to compete intensely. The drifting refinement nest never lacked GU materials, refining GU worms, or trying to create new GU. Through a good performance, the GU masters could even seek the guidance of the mysterious voice and learn profound GU refinement knowledge and techniques. After living here for several weeks, all of the GU masters felt their strength rising rapidly. 14 days passed like this. The GU masters faced the middle stage test. A set of high-quality GU materials were processed by many GU masters together. The GU masters were in their own rooms, observing the images and processing them remotely. The images were very lifelike, be it the temperature or the smell, they were all the same. The true GU materials were placed in a secret location, inside the refinement path GU formation. They were not placed in front of any GU master. Such methods were unimaginable. All of the GU masters were shocked and filled with admiration. After the middle stage test, more than 10 days later, it was time for the final stage test. This time, they were processing immortal materials. Of course, the topic was GU immortals. Every drifting refinement nest had at least one refinement path GU immortal. The other GU masters did some auxiliary work, such as processing the immortal materials and so on. After passing the final stage test, the remaining GU masters would have the qualifications to enter and exit refinement C freely. But this qualification had a time limit of 50 years. After that, they would have to take the test again. The drifting refinement nest that Fang Yuan created was mostly filled with GU masters. The early stage standard was not high. Most GU masters could pass and obtain this qualification. But in the future, with the explosive growth of the population, the competition in all aspects would become very intense, especially regarding the qualifications to enter and exit Refinement C. Every drifting refinement nest could make use of Refinement C to greatly increase the success rate of GU refinement. At the same time, the GU materials that were wasted in the refinement nests would be converted into Refinement C after passing through the drifting refinement nest. Both sides complemented each other. If not for the replenishment of these drifting refinement nests, Refinement C's sea level would have already fallen by a lot. After all, Fang Yuan had been refining rank 9 immortal GU for many days already. The center of Refinement C was a forbidden area among forbidden areas. Only GU immortals with Fang Yuan's permission could enter. Because here was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. A pillar of light formed and pierced the sky. The pillar of light slowly dissipated, and a rank 9 immortal GU appeared. This immortal GU crystal spider was transparent, without any flaws. The spider's 8 legs were very long and slender, while its body was very petite, supported by the 8 legs. It was Heavenly Web GU. And on the back of Heavenly Web GU, there was a white mark that resembled a spider web. This was unique to rank 9 Heavenly Web GU, it did not exist on the back of rank 8 Heavenly Web GU. The refinement is complete, Master has another rank 9 immortal GU. Oh heavens, we participated in the whole process, this is the supreme glory of refinement path. As long as this continues, Master will definitely trample all the Venerables under his feet in the future. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool also had GU immortals participating in the refinement, the majority of them being hairy men. They looked up at the sky, gasping in admiration. Under the control of Fang Yuan's divine sense, the rank 9 Heavenly Web GU disappeared. Rank 9 Heavenly Web GU is also refined. Fang Yuan was calm. After refining many rank 9 immortal GU, he no longer felt excited or agitated. He was starting to get used to it. Although the GU refinement failed twice this time, there were no setbacks after that, it was very smooth. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan chose to refine Heavenly Web GU in the end. Fang Yuan's current situation was not bad, he needed an immortal GU to help him attack and defend. Between offense and defense, Fang Yuan chose the latter without hesitation. Because the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict, its defense was very weak, this was Fang Yuan's shortcoming. If this aspect was broken by other Venerables, then in a direct confrontation, Fang Yuan would have no place to stand, the consequences would be severe. Heavenly Web GU could release a huge net to trap the target when activated. Strictly speaking, it was not a defensive GU, it was used for offense. But it was the absolute core of the defensive killer move, expanding Heavenly Web. Expanding Heavenly Web's power rose sharply, it was even more powerful than Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Moreover, Heavenly Web GU could be mixed into obscured Heavenly Secret, increasing the power of this killer move by several times. The reason why Fang Yuan chose Heaven Path and gave up on Refinement Path was because Refinement Path was not good at offense, and it was too widespread. Heaven Path had a broad future and was developing well, it was even more outstanding than Human Path in this aspect. The most amazing thing was that almost no one had the qualifications to cultivate Heaven Path. Thus, Fang Yuan's choice of using Heaven Path as a base was very wise. Using Heaven Path as an offensive method was naturally the best choice. After storing the rank 9 Heavenly Web GU, Fang Yuan inspected his inventory. Because he had failed twice earlier, he had expended a lot of Heaven Path immortal materials. As for the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Refinement C, even though the sea level had fallen, it had not broken through the limit, it could recover on its own. Of course, Drifting Refinement Nest could speed up Refinement C's recovery. Just as Fang Yuan was calculating which rank 9 immortal GU he should refine next, a piece of news entered his ears. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court surrounded Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, Lin Jianxing, but suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Jianxing's pseudo-venerable battle strength was exposed. Not only did he collude with Fang Clan and leak information to them, he was also an otherworldly demon. There was a lot of evidence of Lin Jianxing's collusion with Fang Clan, it could be said to be irrefutable. As an information path great expert, Zhu Xiongxin not only had the ability to gather clues, he also had the ability to create false evidence. As for Lin Jianxing's otherworldly demon identity, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally deduced it. Right now, the world was in an uproar, especially Western Desert, it was extremely chaotic. A pseudo-venerable had finally appeared in this region. Western Desert's righteous path had yet to straighten their backs when they were dumbfounded. This pseudo-venerable Lin Jianxing was actually involved in the demonic path, he had deep connections. Chapter 2340. If not for the Celestial Court exposing it, no one would know that Lin Jianxing had pseudo-venerable battle strength. They had hidden it so deeply, they definitely had ulterior motives. In fact, from the reactions of most of Lin Clan's GU immortals, they did not know about it. Western Desert's righteous path superforces were watching. Many of them were waiting for Lin Jianxing to explain, but Lin Clan remained silent and did not give any explanation. Western Desert's righteous path did not make a move. They were not willing to create an alliance against Lin after the Anti-Fang alliance. The consequences of attacking Fang Clan were right in front of them. If Lin Clan did the same thing as Fang Clan, with a pseudo-venerable leading the entire clan, how would Western Desert's righteous path survive? Fang Clan cannot attack now. It seems that Fang Clan's previous attacks were all a facade created by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan looked at the complete information again and understood. Ever since Western Desert's Fang Clan lost the resource points of their entire clan, they had to rely on Fang Yuan even more. Thus, Fang Yuan's control over them was even deeper. If Fang Clan attacked in a large scale, they would definitely inform him and ask for his instructions. Fang Yuan could not help but find it funny. The Celestial Court wanted to interfere in Western Desert, of all people, they had to choose the strongest opponent. But soon, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought of a question: why did the Celestial Court suddenly attack Lin Clan? Was it because they found out that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable strength, so they wanted to eliminate him in advance for the sake of Celestial Court's dominance over the 5 regions? This possibility was too low. Not to mention the fact that the Celestial Court's biggest obstacle in stabilizing its position as the overlord of the 5 regions were the other venerables, even pseudo-venerables had to stand aside. If the Celestial Court found out that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable battle strength, why did they only send 5 Celestial Court GU immortals to kill Lin Jianxing? This did not make sense. Then what is the Celestial Court's true motive? Why did they suddenly attack Lin Clan? Fang Yuan learned from Fang Clan that Lin Clan and Fang Clan did not collude in secret. This was all a setup by the Celestial Court. Is it because Lin Jianxing is an otherworldly demon? That wasn't right either. The Celestial Court's attitude towards the extraterrestrial devils was not completely one-sided. As long as they could recruit him, the Celestial Court would. Even Fang Yuan had been recruited by the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court's recruitment criteria were also very clear, as long as it was a human. Then what exactly is the reason? Even if the #1 wisdom path expert, star constellation Immortal Venerable, was not the decision-maker, she had at least agreed to deal with Lin Clan. However, she made a rare miscalculation. What made her agree to attack the Lin family? The problem here was very crucial and worthy of Fang Yuan's deep consideration. Even though Wisdom GU was only rank 8, it was helpful to Fang Yuan. After he used all sorts of wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan had a guess, but he was not sure. After all, everything was just a calculation. What was the truth? Fang Yuan naturally had a way to prove it. He immediately ordered for a rank 5 GU master to undergo immortal ascension. Right now, there were few such rank 5 GU immortal seeds left in the sovereign immortal aperture. And these GU immortal seeds did not have a deep foundation, they did not have enough experience, their chances of passing the tribulation were very low. This was why Fang Yuan decided to suppress them and let them continue to accumulate their foundation. But because this problem was very important, Fang Yuan felt that it was worth it even if he had to waste a rank 5 GU master. In the end, this rank 5 GU master failed and died because the 3 Qi were out of balance. But during this short period of time, Fang Yuan used Thieving Heaven's secret killer move to find out the truth. When star constellation Immortal Venerable gave the order to deal with Lin Clan, she was in embroidered tower outside the Celestial Court. But Bo Qing's soul was taken out from the Celestial Court's secret treasury. This was the most obvious evidence. Furthermore, when Fairy Maiden's soul modified Bo Qing's soul, she was in the Celestial Court the entire time. Fang Yuan obtained even more precious information. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie were trapped in the Heaven Path Dream Realm, so star constellation Immortal Venerable decided to nurture Bo Qing, even though this was a risky move. This way, star constellation Immortal Venerable's motive was clear, she wanted to use Bo Qing to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he muttered. He knew why star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's previous performance was already the #1 threat to the Celestial Court. Of course, this was star constellation Immortal Venerable's understanding when Fang Yuan tried to conceal himself. If the fact that Fang Yuan had many rank 9 Immortal GU was exposed, then Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would be tossed aside. Not only would star constellation Immortal Venerable find trouble with Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal would also have to join forces with star constellation to deal with Fang Yuan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, Fang Yuan rapidly deduced and thought deeply. Thoughts surged in his mind, gathering into surging waves that rose and fell. He knew that an opportunity was right in front of him. A huge opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, as time passed, star constellation Immortal Venerable might succeed. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more opportunities like this. Would he be able to grasp this opportunity? If he could not, the result would be terrible for Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan could not make a decision. Even though he knew about the Celestial Court's secrets, he did not know about star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. How much progress had she made during this period of time? Giant Sun Immortal, Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan were all shrouded in mystery. Fang Yuan had refined rank 9 Immortal GU, he had an advantage in this aspect, but the other Venerables might try to offset Fang Yuan's refinement path advantage in other aspects. War. Fang Yuan did not like war, even though he did not dislike it. In his opinion, war and killing were only ways to gain benefits. Harming the enemy while harming oneself was already a good outcome in a war. The risk of war was huge. Rashly starting a war was not wise. Compared to war, Fang Yuan preferred to do business and plunder. But Fang Yuan was clear about one thing: venerables had to fight, they had to fight frequently. Then let's fight. After thinking for several days, Fang Yuan finally made this decision. After he made his decision, he immediately took action. On one hand, he sent GU immortals to Western Desert to approach Lin Jianxing and recruit him. On the other hand, he sent his capable subordinates to make arrangements. After making arrangements, Fang Yuan flew into the sky, entering spectral heaven. Great Love Immortal Venerable suddenly flew into spectral heaven. This important information was quickly captured by the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. It was quickly spread to the whole of the 5 regions GU Immortal World. A Venerable's every action would attract the attention of all GU Immortals. Not to mention Fang Yuan's huge action. What is Heaven Refining Demon Venerable trying to do by entering spectral heaven? To fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Giant Sun Immortal was very confused. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Not long ago, she and Fang Yuan had already completed the transaction regarding the Starry Sky calculation formation. Lin Jianxing exposed his true battle strength. She had miscalculated. She was about to deal with this when Fang Yuan made such a move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not even deduced when an intense feeling told her that things were going to turn bad. But as for what would turn bad and how, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know yet. Everything was waiting for her to continue deducing, or for the situation to continue developing. Among the Venerables, Fang Yuan is in the worst situation. Why did he go to spectral heaven? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was confused. Spectral heaven had already become Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. Other GU Immortals entered and left spectral heaven, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not make a move. But what if a Venerable like Fang Yuan went to spectral heaven? This was like a mountain with a tiger. Normally, when small animals stepped on it, the tiger would not move. However, if another ferocious tiger entered the mountain peak, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the original ferocious tiger, and a battle might even break out. Would Spectral Soul Demon Venerable make a move against Fang Yuan? The answer to this question was related to the hearts of the 2 Venerables. They activated investigative killer moves and paid close attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's movement. The 2 Venerables were shaken. At the same time, they thought of a possibility. Did Fang Yuan have a way to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? That was why he had the confidence to enter spectral heaven. But why did he suddenly enter spectral heaven? The same question appeared in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's first thought was, has Fang Yuan already quelled the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's internal problems and started annexing variant human grotto heavens? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. She had a bad feeling. Does Fang Yuan already know about the Heavenly Path Dream Realm? In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he killed Paradise Earth and obtained the truthful floating ice left behind by Limitless Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan did not conceal his movements. After entering spectral heaven, he went straight for the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. Soon, he arrived at the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. After sensing this, Giant Sun Immortal's heart shook. This is a dream realm? The dream realm that is most similar to the description in the Legends of Ren Zhu has appeared. So Fang Yuan's target is them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. Fang Yuan had Heaven Path cultivation level and was also the #1 person in the world in Dream Path attainment. The Heavenly Path Dream Realm was too helpful to Fang Yuan. I cannot let Fang Yuan succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this and immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal realized that these were all Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On one hand, he agreed to cooperate with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to suppress Fang Yuan and prevent him from obtaining these Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On the other hand, he was thinking, was this real or fake? This was the first time Giant Sun Immortal learned of the existence of Heavenly Path Dream Realms. But he was clear, I already have a rank 9 GU, even though it is light GU, it is damaged and useless for now. But this is enough for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable to work together against me. So in this situation, Are the two of them working together to plot against me? Undeniably, this was very likely. Fang Yuan looked at the heavenly path dream realm in front of him and used Dream Butterfly Immortal GU to enter. Dream Butterfly Immortal GU was an investigative GU. Soon, Fang Yuan learned of the situation in the heavenly path dream realm. His heart burned with passion. The heavenly path has to pay a huge price to create these heavenly path dream realms. They need to pay the true meaning. That is to say, if I obtain these dream realms and absorb their true meaning, I will obtain them. The parts that the heavenly path loses will be obtained by me. My attainment level in heaven path is even higher than the heavenly path. Of course, this could not be considered a heaven path supreme grandmaster. Because in the current heaven path attainment level, there were too many things that Fang Yuan could not comprehend. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Just as he was thinking, star constellation Immortal Venerable arrived. It is easy to do things in the dark, but hard to do things in the open. Giant Sun Immortal should be here soon. Fang Yuan thought of this and smiled at star constellation Immortal Venerable, saying, Star constellation, I must obtain these dream realms. If you do not retreat, leave your life behind. Chapter 2341. You want me to leave my life behind? He. It is rare to see such hospitality from Fang Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan's threat, but her heart shook slightly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan had fought several times, but it was rare to see Fang Yuan so unyielding. This showed how much Fang Yuan was determined to obtain these heaven path dream realms. Precisely so, star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to stop Fang Yuan. It has been a long time since we last fought. Fang Yuan must have improved a lot. Star constellation Immortal Venerable said, her long hair fluttering in the air. Her long hair was black like the night sky, but countless starlight specks flickered between her hair. It was like a condensed Milky Way. It was dazzling and could not be ignored. Ding ding ding. Countless starlight specks flowed out of her hair, converging into a starlight current. This current was made up of countless starlight fragments. As they surged, they collided with each other and gave off a crisp sound. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. He had never seen this move before. He pointed his finger and used a method called 7 kills rainbow. At once, metal path's yellow light, wood path's jade light, water path's light blue light, fire path's red light, earth path's brown light, wind path's green light, and lightning path's dark blue light fused together, turning into a huge spiral light pillar that crashed into the starlight current. Rumble. The two collided, creating a loud sound that shook heaven and earth. Next, the sound of countless starlight fragments colliding filled everyone's ears. Fang Yuan's 7 kills rainbow pierced through the starlight fragments and flew up like a mixed-colored dragon, attacking star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She moved like the wind as she retreated to a certain distance. The more Fang Yuan's 7 kills rainbow entered the starlight, the weaker its momentum became. At first, it had an unstoppable penetrating force, but soon, it was surrounded by countless starlight fragments and weakened. Eventually, the light pillar became thinner and thinner. By the time it reached star constellation Immortal Venerable, it was only smoke. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had a smile on her face as she watched the 7 kills rainbow dissipate like smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly as he stared at the scattered stardust on the battlefield. Each of these star fragments was extremely small. They were not true star fragments, but formed by killer moves. Originally, the stardust shone with a faint blue light and converged into one, turning into a deep blue torrent. But now, these star fragments had dispersed and absorbed Fang Yuan's 7 kills rainbow. The surrounding surface was stained with golden, emerald, light blue, scarlet, dark brown, and so on. The entire battlefield was covered in colors, and the scene was dazzling and resplendent. However, Fang Yuan sensed a strong sense of danger from this beautiful scenery. He continued to use killer moves to test them, but the result was the same. The killer moves did not show their might for long before their power plummeted and were absorbed by countless star fragments. Star constellation Immortal Venerable activated her method again. From time to time, she flicked her fingers, and from time to time, her fingers danced in the air. Along with her movements, streaks of starlight Tao marks lit up on the battlefield. The scale of these starlight Tao marks expanded rapidly and connected with each other. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move was created. But how could Fang Yuan let star constellation Immortal Venerable succeed so easily? Once the battlefield killer move was created, star constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately gain a huge territorial advantage. Fang Yuan immediately tried to obstruct her, but the effect was minimal. These star fragments protected the Tao marks. Even if Fang Yuan destroyed them, these Tao marks would break into countless star fragments and replenish them. I still have to thank Fang Yuan. Without permanence GU, these two moves would not exist. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's two moves were unheard of by Fang Yuan. They were truly extraordinary when used together. Fang Yuan saw that he could not break them directly. He had a thought and decisively stopped probing, using another killer move. At the next moment, 5 colored lights shone around him. They were Southern Restriction Purple-Black Miasma Light Chi, Central Restriction White-Gold Holy Light Chi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Chi, Western Restriction Scarlet Raging Flames Light Chi, and Eastern Restriction Azure Water Blue Light Chi. The 5 colored lights were connected as one, but they were also distinct. They quickly spread and dyed the battlefield, enveloping star constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete battlefield killer move as well as countless star fragments. Star constellation Immortal Venerable nodded slightly, showing an expression of praise. Be it the previous 7 killings rainbow or the current 5 restriction profound light chi, they were both modified by Fang Yuan. If it were the original version, star constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately use a method to break it and cause Fang Yuan to suffer a backlash. The previous 7 killings rainbow killer move was also ordinary in terms of modification. In just this short period of time, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already understood it. As long as she had some time, she would be able to deduce a method to break it directly. However, the 5 restriction profound light chi's killer move had been modified very well. Other than the killer move's power being increased, the speed at which it was unleashed had also become much faster. This modification clearly surpassed 7 killings rainbow. It showed Fang Yuan's effort in this. He must have invested a lot of time and effort into this. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought. Star constellation Immortal Venerable started to suffer a backlash. She did not have the sovereign immortal body, she had conflicting Tao marks. When she fought in this 5-colored profound light chi, the stronger the killer move she used, the greater the backlash she suffered. However, star constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Since 5 restriction profound light chi was exposed, how could she not have any countermeasures? During this period of time, she had thought of at least 3 methods to deal with every method that Fang Yuan exposed. Thus, star constellation Immortal Venerable chose the simplest method. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out countless star beasts. These star beasts were as large as white whales, some were as small as mosquitoes, some had sharp horns, some were soft and curved. In short, they had all kinds of shapes and sizes. But without exception, these star beasts were at least immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, there were leaders whose auras were clearly stronger than the others, their eyes flickered with intelligence. The star beasts charged into 5 restriction profound light chi without any obstruction. It turned out that the killer move 5 restriction profound light chi originated from Dao Zhu. He had created it by imitating the 5 regional walls. The 5 regional walls could obstruct the living beings of the 5 regions, but they did not have much effect on creatures of the 2 heavens. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had specially nurtured these star path beasts. They were all from the 2 heavens. They were not suppressed by 5 restriction profound light chi. The star beasts attacked in groups. They were ferocious and surging like a tidal wave. Fang Yuan activated killer moves, slaughtering groups after groups. Star constellation Immortal Venerable continued to increase her forces. The number of star beasts was still increasing slowly. Especially the star beast leaders, they had immortal apertures with GU worms in their bodies. Their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Star constellation Immortal Venerable seems to be able to nurture legendary immemorial beasts on a large scale. Fang Yuan's heart shook. But thinking about it, he understood. Star constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 wisdom path immortal. She is most proficient in enlightening star beasts and giving them wisdom. Actually, it was not just star constellation Immortal Venerable. Thinking about the countless variant GU immortals in Crazed Demon Cave, they were all created by Limitless Demon Venerable from mountains, rocks, wind, and fire. In a way, in terms of enlightening legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Limitless Demon Venerable's achievements were even more shocking than star constellation Immortal Venerable. In order to nurture so many star beasts, star constellation Immortal Venerable had to expend a vast amount of star path resources. The fusion of the two heavens not only gave me a vast amount of heaven path immortal materials, it also gave her a vast amount of star path resources. Not only did she create the star path calculation formation, she also nurtured so many star beasts. Fang Yuan speculated about star constellation Immortal Venerable's foundation. The truth was, star constellation Immortal Venerable had expended a huge amount of resources to nurture so many star beasts. Not just the gains from the fusion of the two heavens, but also the star path resources in Celestial Court's treasury. Seeing that the star beasts were charging towards them, Fang Yuan maintained 5 restriction profound light chi while activating Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Countless dragon souls danced and sword chi spread, but they could not match the star beasts in the sky. They only managed to slow down the star beast army's attacks slightly. When these star beasts were injured, the surrounding star fragments would fill their wounds and heal them quickly. If the star beasts were heavily injured and reached their limits, they would die and turn into countless star fragments. In a certain area, the star fragments would become denser, and when they reached a certain level, they would easily form star path Dao marks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 moves were interconnected. One would weaken while the other would strengthen. They were closely linked and coordinated. Fang Yuan's situation became more difficult. It seems that this is another combat system of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan sensed this. His thoughts moved rapidly. This battle with star constellation Immortal Venerable was different from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. It was also different from the battle for rank 9 Light GU. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was about seizing the primordial domain and the Crazed Demon formation. It was about making use of the situation and maneuvering around. It focused on information, the will of the people, and the competition of forces. The battle for rank 9 Light GU focused on pursuit. It focused on speed, timing, offense, and defense. This time, if Fang Yuan wanted to seize the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had to occupy this battlefield and have the terrain advantage. Great minds think alike. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the same. Be it Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi or star constellation Immortal Venerable's mysterious incomplete star fragment battlefield, they were both targeting this. The moment star constellation Immortal Venerable fought, she directly used a new combat system, causing Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi and other methods to be ineffective. Fang Yuan was wise and decisive. Seeing that the situation was bad, he immediately stopped all his offensive methods and only used defense to protect himself. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and waved her sleeves. All the star beasts charged forward. Fang Yuan could only dodge while preparing his killer move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight. She suddenly took out a lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was her mental state. She used her mental state to aim at Fang Yuan's direction and shook it lightly. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with countless emotions. They assaulted his body and mind. But Fang Yuan was prepared. He activated more than one defensive killer move. Among them was the killer move Calm and Collected. This move had been used in Crazed Demon Cave. It was modified now. It quickly suppressed and destroyed Fang Yuan's emotions. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's interference failed. Fang Yuan stabilized his footing and prepared successfully. He opened his mouth slightly. A faint smoke came out of his mouth and ears. The smoke was pink. It gathered above Fang Yuan's head, turning into the exquisite appearance of Dang Hun Mountain. At the next moment, the killer move erupted with power. Mini Dang Hun Mountain above Fang Yuan's head shook intensely. Ding, ding, ding. It was like the sound of crystals colliding. It was so clear that it was piercing to the ears. The pink sound wave could be seen with the naked eye. Wherever it went, Star beasts howled and froze on the spot before collapsing. The battlefield was originally filled with star beasts, but now a large area was cleared. Even the stronger leader star beasts could not resist it, they fell to the pink sound wave. Not just that, even the star fragments in the sky broke apart, vanishing completely. The surrounding star path Tao marks broke one after another, drowning in the pink sound wave. Immortal Killer Move Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound. This move's power swept through the battlefield, easily changing the situation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Fu Pin Chinese language. Chapter 2342. This time shocking dreams, soul sound. This was a combination killer move. It used rank 8 rule path GU, rank 8 wisdom path great shock GU, rank 8 time path year GU, rank 7 dream armor GU, rank 8 water path great wave GU, rank 8 bell tone GU, and the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. Precisely because the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain, it was comparable to a rank 9 killer move, with the amplification of Fang Yuan's Dao marks of corresponding paths. Its power was earth-shattering. With this move, Fang Yuan immediately broke through star constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 consecutive moves. He swept away the disadvantage and regained his might. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Thoughts moved rapidly in her mind as she tried to analyze this move. This move seems to be Fang Yuan's trump card, the source of his confidence in fighting me. Roughly speaking, this move encompasses rule path, wisdom path, time path, dream path, water path, soul path, and sound path. It's truly difficult to resist all of them. Wisdom path was easy, but dream path was difficult. Even though the relevant Immortal GU was only rank 7 Dream Armor GU, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist it effectively. Fang Yuan had an advantage in the dream path. He was the number 1 person in the world. The greatest source of this move's power is still Dang Hun Mountain. I wonder how much time and effort Fang Yuan spent to deduce this move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind, she could not help but feel helpless. The new combat system that she had painstakingly designed was broken by Fang Yuan just like that. No matter how exquisite the combination of the 3 moves was, Fang Yuan's year-shocking dream wave soul sound was extremely domineering. It swept through the battlefield with invincibility. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was more concerned about the time and effort she used to deduce these 3 moves compared to Fang Yuan's effort to deduce the killer move year-shocking dream wave sound. It would be better if she spent less time and energy on it. If she gave up more, it would be a loss that outweighed the gain. The outcome of the battle between Venerable Ones also signified the level of the Venerable One's cultivation and management skills. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind, she felt that if Fang Yuan paid less than her, the possibility of that happening was quite low. However, that was not the case. The main source of this killer move, year-shocking dream wave soul sound, came from nature. In the remote antiquity era, there was an immemorial desolate beast called the Frightening Year Beast. Wherever it went, Frightening Year GU would fly away. Now, it was already extinct. Dream waves were a kind of phenomenon. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when dreams appeared on a large scale, dream waves would form. Dang Hun Mountain didn't need to be mentioned. The soul sound withered flower tree was also a rare ancient desolate plant that was already extinct. It could use wood path resources as nourishment to send out soul sounds that affected the souls of the surrounding living beings. These phenomena and innate instincts were things that naturally existed in the world. After Fang Yuan stole the heavenly secrets, it became an important reference. Creating compound killer moves was actually much easier than creating killer moves of a single path. Especially when Fang Yuan had rank 8 wisdom GU, he could always provide him with the most accurate inspiration. He did not have to waste time on the wrong path. This year-shocking dream wave soul sound was only a quasi-rank 9 killer move in essence, because it did not contain a rank 9 immortal GU, only the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. Thus, the rank 8 wisdom GU was very helpful to the deduction of this move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, can you deal with this move? Fang Yuan smiled as he got closer to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to retreat, maintaining her distance from Fang Yuan. A combat system was very difficult to construct. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking combination of 3 moves was very exquisite. It was already the prototype of a combat system. But after being broken by Fang Yuan's unreasonable move, the combination of 3 moves became a joke. Of course, this did not mean that star constellation Immortal Venerable's efforts were in vain. Maybe in the future, when she obtained rank 9 star path Immortal GU, her power would rise sharply and she would be able to resist Fang Yuan's combination killer move. Thus, the foundation of a combat system was still Immortal GU. When Venerables fought, they had to compete with rank 9 Immortal GU. Without rank 9 Immortal GU, they would have to compete with secluded domains of heaven and earth. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal had the incomplete Blood Sea, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had Book Mountain, Mental Realm, and Door of Life and Death, while Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Po Valley, City Well, Reverse Flow River, Hu Land, Refinement Sea, Human Sea, and the incomplete Chen Kuan Crystal Wall. Only with a solid foundation, after fighting to a stalemate, would the combat system be the key to victory. Fang Yuan, you have incredible talent indeed, your talent is shocking. This move has great power, it is also mysterious and mystical, it is hard to defend against. But I have a move here, please take a look. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said as she shook the mental realm in her hand. Fang Yuan showed a vigilant expression as he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow River had already been repaired, Reverse Flow Protection Seal had been modified. Originally, after the killer move was activated, it turned into a snowy robe with large sleeves, there were ripples on the surface of the robe, it was the scene of Reverse Flow River flowing slowly. The surface of the snowy robe was covered in mist. There was also a rainbow light, it was pure blue and curved like a ribbon, it coiled around Fang Yuan's arm, nape, and waist. Now, other than that, Fang Yuan's handsome face was covered with a layer of translucent veil, causing half of his beautiful face to be faintly discernible, and accentuate that pair of beautiful eyes that were not covered, giving off a mysterious and unparalleled charm. The lantern-like mental realm shook slightly. In an instant, the surrounding battlefield turned darker. The mental realm seemed to have become the only source of light, it had a mystical suction force. This move had a huge range, Fang Yuan was directly hit, the emotions accumulated in his heart were extracted by the mental realm and absorbed. Fang Yuan immediately activated Calm Killer Move, but he could not stop this process. He used other methods but could not stop it, his expression changed. Because it was only extracting emotions at first, but gradually, along with the extraction of emotions, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Dao marks were also extracted. Wisdom Path cultivation had 3 main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Emotions were related to Wisdom Path Dao marks to begin with. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was very powerful, other than extracting emotions, it could also extract Wisdom Path Dao marks, weakening the opponent's Wisdom Path foundation. My emotions are extracted, they will form a blank space. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable extracts my emotions, it will be very easy. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. During the entire process, his Reverse Flow Protection Seal did not react. Clearly, this extraction was very subtle, it could not be considered an attack, it could not trigger Reverse Flow Protection Seal's counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable probably thought of this move to deal with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. She succeeded. Fang Yuan's previous efforts in modifying Reverse Flow Protection Seal were all for naught. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already lost 100 Wisdom Path Dao marks. He activated defensive methods like Dream Armor GU, but they had no effect. The core of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was her mental state, it was a quasi-rank 9 killer move, and with the amplification of her Wisdom Path Dao marks, its power was terrifying. Dream Armor GU's methods were still too weak, they could not resist it. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's level was high enough, it had enough power, but it could not be triggered. Fang Yuan had a choice, that was to continue using this year-shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound killer move to fight attack with attack. But he thought about it and found it difficult. His original plan was not to engage in an intense battle with star constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a situation where both sides were heavily injured. It was most beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not want to fight star constellation Immortal Venerable. His main goal was the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. After a few flashes of thought, he made up his mind and secretly used Heaven Path Killer move Heavenly Web. This move was supposed to form a pure white net around the GU Immortal to block attacks. But now, it had turned into a pure white light and entered the dense fishnet formed by obscured Heavenly Secret. Thus, the dense net had the power of both Heavenly Web and obscured Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Web GU was a rank 9 Immortal GU. The defensive ability of Heavenly Web was superior to Mental State Killer move to begin with. Heaven's Web was flawless. It blocked the flow of Fang Yuan's emotions. Star constellation Immortal Venerable gasped in shock. And even more amazing was that Fang Yuan did not expose his rank 9 Immortal GU aura. Because the two moves merged into one, they were concealed by obscured Heavenly Secret. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of her reputation. After a few rounds of fighting, she forced Fang Yuan to use rank 9 Heavenly Web GU. Because of this, obscured Heavenly Secret had to bear a huge burden. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's mood was even heavier. She could not resist Fang Yuan's shocking dream turbulent soul sound, but Fang Yuan resisted her Mental State Killer move. That was to say, she could not even use the tactic of using offense against offense. Does Fang Yuan have wisdom path methods that are not weaker than mine? Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but suspect. Fang Yuan thus gained the upper hand. He finally had time to attack the Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not make things difficult for star constellation Immortal Venerable. He only resisted her and used his methods on those Heaven Path Dream Realms from afar. The first method was pure dream reality seeker transformation, of course. But ordinary dream realms could be turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies by this move. But the Heaven Path Dream Realms had no effect. Not just that, they were enraged by Fang Yuan. The Heaven Path Dream Realms turned into a wave of attacks that pressed down on Fang Yuan. These Heaven Path Dream Realms are filled with providence, while the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies condense dream realms, using human will as the core to form the human body. Unless I use a method to get rid of all of the providence in the dream realms. After knowing this, Fang Yuan used Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move. He had used this move many times against dream realms. It was very effective. But now, even though this move was effective, the side effect was even greater. Fang Yuan looked at the Heaven Path Dream Realms that were hit and shrank. He felt a heartache. It seems that my Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move can be used against ordinary dream realms, but it is very crude against Heaven Path Dream Realms. Not only did it weaken providence, it also got rid of the true meaning in the dream realms. Fang Yuan did not gain nothing. After this attempt, he understood that providence and Heaven Path true meaning were intertwined in Heaven Path Dream Realms. They were hard to differentiate. His wisdom path methods were too crude. He could not differentiate the two accurately. He could not deal with providence alone. But Fang Yuan still had a way to deal with it. At the next moment, he sent out his Dream Path clone Meng Qiuzhen to protect him as he was swallowed by the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. She was somewhat anxious. Fang Yuan's strength was exposed. She was very surprised. He actually started to absorb the Heaven Path Dream Realms right under her nose. Giant Sun, are you going to watch as Heaven Refining Demon Venerable absorbs these Heaven Path Dream Realms and gets stronger? Star constellation Immortal Venerable contacted Giant Sunday. Of course not. At the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal appeared. P.S. Venerable GU reached the 100 Alliance stage a few days ago. This is a very rare achievement. Here, I would like to thank all of you for your support and love. Thinking about the difficult past of this book, I could not help but sigh. Originally, the 100 Alliance stage would add chapters every day, but in the last month, my grandmother passed away. It was a huge blow to me. I was immersed in a sea of sorrow. I was unable to extricate myself. From my personal experience, my grandmother was the most important person in my life. In a way, she was even more important than my parent. In the last month, I often cried silently. I was in so much pain that I could not concentrate on my writing, work, life, and many other matters. A few days ago, my grandmother held a funeral. When I went out and returned home, it was designed to be updated at a fixed time, so I could not add chapters in time. Today, I added chapters. I apologize to everyone, please forgive me. Tomorrow, I will continue to add chapters for April. Chapter 2343. Ever since Fang Yuan ascended to spectral heaven, Giant Sun Immortal had been paying close attention to this place. When Fang Yuan and star constellation Immortal Venerable fought, Giant Sun Immortal was joyful at first. After all, the fight between two Venerables was the most beneficial to him. But soon, he was worried that Fang Yuan would not be able to withstand star constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks and would lose too early. If Fang Yuan cannot hold on, I will help him. Giant Sun Immortal had already prepared to help Fang Yuan in secret. Of course he had good intentions. Firstly, Fang Yuan was too weak. It was not beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. In Giant Sun Immortal's opinion, the Celestial Court was his greatest enemy. Secondly, Giant Sun Immortal wanted Fang Yuan and star constellation Immortal Venerable to continue fighting each other, so he wanted to help Fang Yuan and maintain the situation of the two Venerables. It was most beneficial to him. After all, I have Prime Val Chi Seed, my immortal essence is greatly replenished. If I expend some of my immortal essence in a fight between Venerables, it would be even more harmful to them. Giant Sun Immortal had such a thought at the time. This was not wrong. It was a wise decision. But he did not know the truth. He only knew the information he obtained from this perspective. But what he did not expect was that after star constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan fought, Fang Yuan actually gained the upper hand. This was out of his expectations. After all, in his impression, Fang Yuan was last in refining Dao marks. Even though he had potential, his immortal essence storage was last. How did he gain the upper hand? He even forced star constellation Immortal Venerable to ask for help from Giant Sun Immortal. However, Giant Sun Immortal had witnessed the entire process of the fight between the two Venerables. He was not surprised after the initial shock. This time, the killer move Shocking Year Dream Wave Soul Sound left a deep impression on him. Fang Yuan used the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Danghun Mountain as the core to create such a powerful killer move that swept away star constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete combat system. It was logical that Fang Yuan could win. When the killer move Shocking Year Dream Wave Soul Sound showed off, Giant Sun Immortal was not too worried. He even let go of his worries and probed into Fang Yuan's background. The reason? Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence. He was ranked last in terms of refining natural Dao marks. What did he do with his remaining time? But now, Giant Sun Immortal saw it. Oh, so it is used to deduce killer moves. Oh, so he was using secluded domain of Heaven and Earth as. He was even more assured that he could use the arcane realm of Heaven and Earth as the core. It seems that Fang Yuan does not have a rank 9 immortal GU after all. He had to use a secluded domain of Heaven and Earth to create a quasi-rank 9 killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal couldn't help but feel envious. Fang Yuan had the most secluded domains of Heaven and Earth. Star constellation Immortal Venerable also had many, but Giant Sun Immortal had the least. He only had one, and it was only an incomplete blood sea. He also wanted a complete arcane realm of Heaven and Earth. Giant Sun Immortal watched from the side. When he saw Fang Yuan's Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound gaining the upper hand, he felt reassured. However, when he saw that Fang Yuan actually resisted star constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move, he could not sit still. Star constellation Immortal Venerable activated a wisdom path killer move with her mental state as the core. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected it. But he did not expect Fang Yuan to have defensive methods that could block star constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was already a huge headache for Giant Sun Immortal. He had spent a lot of effort to secretly deduce and modify luck path methods to deal with it. To think that Fang Yuan had other defensive methods that surpassed reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan's performance was out of Giant Sun Immortal's expectations again. This time, Giant Sun Immortal was wary. There was no helping it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not see through Fang Yuan's defensive methods. Giant Sun Immortal was the same. To think that Fang Yuan has such deep attainment in wisdom path. In such a short period of time, you were able to create, deduce, and modify so many killer moves. Giant Sun Immortal joined the battle, staring at Fang Yuan as he praised sincerely. This was nothing. Fang Yuan had Thieving Heaven's Secret and Wisdom GU, with the advantage of the sovereign immortal body. Compound killer moves were easy to create. Individually, these advantages were so outstanding that Venerable ones would be envious of them. Now that these advantages were stacked together, even Fang Yuan felt terrified. Things like this year shocking dream wave soul sound, heavenly web retraction, and so on were only a portion of Fang Yuan's recent achievements. The reason why he chose them was because Fang Yuan felt that they were suitable for this situation. Fang Yuan had at least 10 killer moves of the same level as them. This showed the power of Thieving Heaven's Secret. Of course, the Rank 8 Wisdom GU also provided a lot of help. Mainly because of these two, Fang Yuan was able to catch up in modifying killer moves. He had many trump cards in his hands. When he used them, he could even choose and think carefully. Of course, Fang Yuan did not show it on the surface. Facing Giant Sun Immortal, he frowned and snorted coldly. I have to obtain the Heaven Path Dream Realm. You want to stop me? Between the Celestial Court and me, who is stronger? Does Giant Sun Immortal not know? Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fang Yuan's sharp gaze and calmed down, becoming a little complicated. In his mind, compared to the Celestial Court Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was still weak. Why was that? Because Fang Yuan did not have enough immortal essence. He became a Venerable in the shortest time. He did not even have a headquarters. During this period of time, how many natural refinement path Dao marks did he refine? It was very obvious. Thus, even though Fang Yuan was ferocious now, even suppressing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the truth was, he was relying on the novelty and power of his killer moves. How much immortal essence did he have to sustain them? How could he fight a battle of attrition? In Giant Sun Immortal's view, Fang Yuan's situation was not optimistic. But even though Fang Yuan was weaker, Giant Sun Immortal still wanted to stop Fang Yuan. He stood on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's side for now. Why? Because Fang Yuan wanted the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He could not do that. If so many Heaven Path Dream Realms were absorbed by Fang Yuan, he would definitely rise up. That would change the situation of the Venerables. This was something Giant Sun Immortal did not want to see. Giant Sun Immortal felt that the Celestial Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were his greatest threats. He also wanted to stop the rise of Fang Yuan, the weakest Venerable with the greatest potential. Thus, he joined the battle. On the surface, he was helping Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but in the dark, he was trying to make Star Constellation and Fang Yuan fight a battle of attrition. He wanted to maintain and expand his advantage over the Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's choice, from his point of view, was very rational. With his help, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. She suppressed Fang Yuan instead. Remote Heaven Battlefield's environment was of no help to the three Venerables. Both sides relied on their foundation and strength. In this situation, Fang Yuan was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, he was fighting 1 against 2. Of course, this was under the condition that Fang Yuan held back most of his strength. He did not fight with his full strength. The battle of the three Venerables shook heaven and earth. The GU Immortals of the 5 regions watched the battle nervously. Oh no, Lord Alliance Leader's situation is not good. Good. This demon Fang Yuan has such a day. To think that I, Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor, have allied with the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court did not find trouble with me. They are quite sensible. Working together, she can easily make Giant Sun Immortal help her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 person in Wisdom Path. The Rank 8 GU Immortals had a clearer understanding of the situation. Seeing that Fang Yuan was suppressed and in a pathetic state, the Eastern Sea Immortals had grim expressions. While the Central Continent and Northern Plains GU Immortals were overjoyed, they had high morale. Thunder rumbled, killer moves collided, causing countless specks of light to shine. Fang Yuan's situation was bad, but he was calm. Even though the two Venerables worked together, they did not share the same path. They could only deal with Fang Yuan in a continuous battle. Moreover, the two Venerables were wary of each other. If one wanted to set up a battlefield, the other would not allow it. Thus, without the threat of battlefield killer moves, Fang Yuan could choose whether to fight or retreat. It was still in his hands. And most importantly, Meng Qiuzhen had already entered deep into the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He was advancing. Because the clone and the main body had the same attainment level, Fang Yuan could clearly sense that his Heaven Path attainment level was slowly rising. Thus, Fang Yuan only needed to maintain this situation. What was the use of having an advantage on the surface? It was reasonable to say that a man strives for a breath of air and a Buddha bears an incense stick. But Fang Yuan was already past the age of fighting for pride. He was more willing to fight for benefits. If honor and benefits went against each other, Fang Yuan would not hesitate to choose the latter. This was the current situation. He could be very domineering and suppress the two Venerables. But he could not kill them, so what was the use? It would instead make them wary of him. The two Venerables would work together even more closely. Wasn't this creating more trouble for himself? As for the morale of the 5 regions GU Immortals, Fang Yuan did not care about that. What was the use of that? Even if Fang Yuan lost today, the 5 regions GU Immortals could not defeat Fang Yuan. They still feared and respected Fang Yuan. As long as Fang Yuan did not die, who could Fang Clan, the two Heavens Grotto Heavens variant humans, and Eastern Seas superforces rely on? They still had to follow Fang Yuan. It was just that he felt even more uneasy and worried about his future. But what did the worries of these minor characters have to do with Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not need to care about these things. No matter what, these minor characters were only resources and tools in Fang Yuan's eyes. The GU cultivation world focused on experts. The true trend was the competition between Venerables. Even if Fang Yuan lost, as long as Meng Qiuzhen gained something, he would be the biggest winner behind the scenes. It was a victory even if he lost. As for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal, no matter how much they beat Fang Yuan up, as long as Fang Yuan was alive and absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream Realm, victory was no different from defeat. Fang Yuan knew this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also aware of this. Seeing that the two Venerables could not force back Fang Yuan even after working together, he was still able to absorb the true meaning of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly anxious. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal, Giant Sun, if this continues, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will really succeed. What are you still holding back? HSUHSUHSUHSUHSUHSUHSUHSUHSU Comediant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. Star Constellation, are you not holding back? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a solemn expression. I will prepare a killer move to find Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone and try to get rid of him. Giant Sun Immortal looked at her deeply and nodded. Then I will break Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and exert pressure on him. I will fight for an opportunity for you. Chapter 2344. Even though Giant Sun Immortal had joined the battle, he had been conserving his battle strength. He wanted to conserve his immortal essence and continue to hide his trump cards, so that Star Constellation and Fang Yuan could fight against each other. But even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state and was at a disadvantage, he was actually benefiting continuously. Giant Sun Immortal could not stand it anymore. Giant Sun was an immortal venerable. He would not be easily deceived by the situation in front of him. Fang Yuan, take this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly gave a low shout. He first used the move Flowing Waste Luck, before using the move Accumulated Weight Return. Wasted Flowing Luck was activated very quickly. Fang Yuan could not dodge it at all. Because Giant Sun Immortal did not use this move against Fang Yuan, it was aimed at himself. Giant Sun Immortal's body was immediately shrouded in a thin golden fog. At the next moment, this golden fog mysteriously appeared on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was shocked. But he soon understood the profundity. It turned out that after Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan fought, their luck became even more intertwined. It was as if they were building a bridge, forming a close connection. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started from there, following the clues and tracing back to the source. This lingering waste luck found its way to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had quite a bit of luck path attainment. He immediately saw through this layer. But at the same time, his luck path attainment was far inferior to Giant Sun Immortal. Even if he saw through this profundity, he could not block this move. Waste luck lingered around Fang Yuan's body as it continued to whittle away at his luck. Fang Yuan had reverse flow protection seal to begin with. At this moment, it activated and returned wasted flowing luck. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and was overjoyed instead. He used reverse flow protection seal to make this layer of backlash return to him through the luck of both sides. Next, the killer move accumulated weight reflected its effect, causing the golden fog around him to become denser. The golden mist, which had become denser, returned to Fang Yuan's body through the connection of providence. After being reflected by reverse flow protection seal, lingering wasted luck was amplified by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's accumulated gravity retraction killer move. It returned to Fang Yuan. After repeating this several times, the power of wasted luck killer move grew stronger and stronger. Fang Yuan immediately showed a solemn expression. Venerables could not be underestimated. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable think of a way to deal with reverse flow protection seal, Giant Sun Immortal also did the same. In comparison, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. She was more thorough in her targeting. She prevented reverse flow protection seal from activating. As for the Giant Sun Immortal, he didn't target it thoroughly. He took a different approach and imitated the reverse current protection seal. If the countercurrent protection seal can reflect an attack, then I, the Giant Sun Immortal, will also reflect it. Through the combination of the two moves, Giant Sun Immortal gained the upper hand. Because the killer move wasted luck killer move was getting stronger, even if reverse flow protection seal could reflect it, the scale of reverse flow river was fixed. Before both sides reached their limits, Giant Sun Immortal achieved the tactical goal of using his immortal essence to exhaust Fang Yuan's reverse flow river. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed difficult to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal fought Fang Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed hard to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fought Fang Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Now, he was using the combination of waste luck and return from accumulated weight, which was much more effective than his previous direct attacks. Using immortal essence to exhaust secluded domains of heaven and earth was also a great advantage. After all, accumulating immortal essence was much easier and cheaper than restoring reverse flow river. Fang Yuan was shocked and furious. Giant Sun Immortal, I will definitely repay you for what you did today. Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fang Yuan and sighed internally. He felt that Fang Yuan was very unwise to fight for the Heaven Path Dream Realm. But Giant Sun Immortal thought about it and felt that it was understandable. After all, the Heaven Path Dream Realm is a crucial resource that can change the situation of the Venerables. If these Heaven Path Dream Realms were rank 9 Blood Path Immortal GU, Blood Path or Luck Path secluded domains of heaven and earth, I might also be blinded by the benefits. It seems that Fang Yuan wants to develop in the Heaven Path aspect. Giant Sun Immortal used his hidden method to suppress Fang Yuan even more. On the other side, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also prepared her move. She activated a move that shined with boundless blue light. The light shone on the Dream Realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realm suddenly went crazy. Its shape kept changing. It was like a ball of dough that was being kneaded continuously. Oh no! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually has a method to deal with dream realms. Fang Yuan saw this and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he cancelled reverse flow protection seal and only used obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web to endure Giant Sun Immortal's 2 attacks as he charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Back to when Fang Yuan's clone Meng Qiuzhen entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, his vision changed. Next, he found that he had turned into a pink doll-like land spirit. Meng Qiuzhen was not surprised. He chuckled and started to use his abilities to modify and manage this blessed land in the dream. Different from Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie, Meng Qiuzhen came prepared. Since Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack, he had naturally made preparations in advance. Even though he could not use thieving heavenly secret to investigate the details of the heaven path dream realm, he had a general understanding of the rules of the dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen tried for a while and found out the limits of his abilities. Immortal Killer Move, Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret. This move used Dream Path Investigative Immortal GU Dream Butterfly as the core and was modified from exposing Heavenly Secret. It could be used in Heaven Path Dream realms to detect the calamities and tribulations that would appear in the Heaven Path Dream realm. This move was one of Fang Yuan's preparations. After Meng Qiuzhen activated this move, he learned about the first earthly calamity. But he was not satisfied. He activated it twice and expended a lot of immortal essence to investigate the next two earthly calamities types and scales. This was different from exposing Heavenly Secret. Exposing Heavenly Secret could only detect what the next calamity or tribulation was, and the GU cultivator could not undergo the next tribulation for too long. But Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret could only detect 3 earthly calamities at most. Of course, this number depended on the killer move's power as well as the current scale of the Heaven Path Dream realm. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen started to work on it. There was only a rocky ground in front of him. It was flat and had no signs of life. He mobilized the wind and clouds to form lightning bolts that bombarded the rocky ground. 30% of the rocky ground was blasted away. The rest was filled with cracks and ravines. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the lightning bolts and started to mobilize the Earth's power. The 30% of the rocky ground was no longer as compact as before. After a while, it started to tremble slightly. Next, the rocky ground started to tremble more intensely. Eventually, several earth trenches that reached deep into the ground were formed. After the earth trenches formed, Meng Qiuzhen mobilized the wind and clouds again, accumulating dark clouds. But this time, he did not ask for lightning bolts, he only focused on pouring rain. This blessed land in the Heaven Path Dream realm had few water path Dao marks. It was not beneficial to Meng Qiuzhen's plan. But under Meng Qiuzhen's persistent efforts, the rain accumulated more and more, eventually overflowing the earth trenches and covering the rocky ground. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen calculated the time. He had already spent a lot of time. The first earthly calamity was approaching. He activated Creation Dream, creating countless hard rock spikes out of thin air. When he created almost all of the rocky ground with spikes, the first earthly calamity descended as expected. Desolate Beast Calamity. A 4-armed ape charged into the blessed land. It roared and chased after Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was a land spirit, but he could not teleport. He was chased around by the 4-armed ape. Looking at the 4-armed ape chasing him and destroying countless spikes, Meng Qiuzhen did not show any fear, he smiled instead. Everything was going according to plan. After the 4-armed ape showed off its might for a while, it was covered in wounds and was bleeding profusely. This stimulated its ferocious nature. It became even more berserk. Its speed finally surpassed Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was prepared. He did not run on the ground, he entered the underground trenches instead. He was small and nimble. Even though the 4-armed ape was agile, it was like an elephant. It was always blocked outside. Even when it extended its arms into the trenches, it could not catch Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was even calmly experiencing the land spirit's ability. To be honest, this was a rare and precious experience. GU immortals were not land spirits. Even though they were the owners of the immortal aperture, their control over their immortal aperture was far lower than land spirits and heavenly spirits. Like Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, to understand the situation, he had to use his divine sense to cover a certain area. Only then could he find out the situation. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the obsession of the GU immortal after they died. They were formed by the combination of the heavenly power of the immortal aperture itself. From this, it could be seen that the land spirit and heavenly spirit were one with the immortal aperture. The GU immortal's obsession gave them spirituality. Land spirits and heavenly spirits had deep understanding and control over the immortal aperture. If Fang Yuan wanted to know the number of Dao marks, he would need to use perceivable Dao immortal GU and other methods. However, it was much easier for the land spirits and sky spirits to understand. Just by observing it, it was like observing the texture of one's skin. One could know the number and distribution of Dao marks. After several days of chasing and escaping, Meng Qiuzhen did not have any injuries, but the four-armed ape was heavily injured. It died of exhaustion. After it died, Meng Qiuzhen used wind and rain to make its flesh rot. Its bones were smashed into pieces by the lightning bolts. Then he buried it, adding all of his strength path Dao marks into the blessed land. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen opened his small doll hand and picked up a small hard rock, crushing it with a squeeze. Meng Qiuzhen nodded with a joyful expression. Land spirit strength was closely related to the heavenly power of heaven and earth. But where was the foundation of the heavenly power? It was the Dao marks in the immortal aperture. After passing the desolate beast earthly calamity of the four-armed ape, the strength path Dao marks in the blessed land increased sharply. Meng Qiuzhen's strength increased greatly. Originally, he could not crush these rocks, but now he could. Crushing the rocks was just a small test. Next, Meng Qiuzhen used his strength to create waves on the water surface. Chapter 23:45. The waves continued to crash on the rocky ground, destroying all the rocks and earth spikes. The rocky earth trench was already submerged in water. The underwater force was surging and colliding continuously, widening the earth trench. Catcher, catcher, catcher sounds resounded throughout the blessed land. The originally intact stone ground, under the continuous flow of water, was being split apart. The scattered rocky ground formed 5 large rocky islands and dozens of small rocky islands. After this step was completed, Meng Qiuzhen let out a breath of air, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was not easy to reach this step. Initially, this dream realm blessed land had the most earth path Dao marks. The remaining water path, wind path, lightning path, and other Dao marks were few. The difference between the former and latter was huge, causing the rocky ground to condense into one and be hard to split apart. The pros and cons of the rocky ground were obvious. It could produce stone materials and produce ores. It was good for the reproduction of rockmen, but it was not good for the growth of vegetation. The blessed land's terrain itself was not a bad thing. However, when Meng Qiuzhen investigated the 3 earthly calamities, he found that the first was the strength path calamity, the four-armed ape, the second was the fire path calamity, the third was the transformation path calamity, the flying fly tribulation. Meng Qiuzhen knew that this dream realm blessed land's calamities were not mainly earth path. Using earth path as the direction did not have much future. Meng Qiuzhen immediately decided to modify the terrain. After GU masters advanced to immortal, very few would change the terrain of their immortal aperture first. This step was not easy. Thankfully, this was a dream realm, and Meng Qiuzhen had the power of an earth spirit. He first tried to break apart the intact rocky ground, but because he lacked strength path Dao marks, he could not do it fully. Next, he used a dream creation method to create earth spikes, using the earth trench cave to kill the four-armed ape. This step was very difficult. Without the dream creation method, Meng Qiuzhen would not have earth spikes, and the four-armed ape would be able to last for a long time. He would have to wait until it starved to death, and the blessed land would slowly digest it before he could obtain strength path Dao marks. Using the earth spikes, Meng Qiuzhen quickly killed the four-armed ape. But because of conflicting Dao marks, the blessed land could only absorb most of the strength path Dao marks. Thankfully, this portion of strength path Dao marks was enough. Meng Qiuzhen successfully split the intact rocky ground. Next was the detailed work. Meng Qiuzhen chose a large island and started to crush the rocky ground around the island, forming large amounts of rubble. It was a tough job. It was better to first accumulate the thunderclouds and release the thunderbolts to bombard them. After the bombardment, he would use the strong winds and waves to wash them away. With the strength path Dao marks, the violent winds and waves were much stronger than before, but when used to crush rocks, the efficiency was not high. It took a lot of effort, but the results were not much. In fact, there were many good methods, such as using fire to roast the rock and then pouring water on it. That way, the hard rock would break into pieces more easily. But the Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have fire path Dao marks. This made Meng Qiuzhen very vexed. What he was doing now was like cutting a tree trunk with a knife. The tool was not the right one. After grinding like this for many days, there were crushed stones around the island. These crushed stones were ground by wind and water, becoming very small and smooth, like miniature pebbles. After completing the first island, Meng Qiuzhen went to the second island and continued his work. Between the islands was a sea of rainwater. To be honest, it couldn't be considered a sea. At most, it could be considered a large lake. Normally, Meng Qiuzhen could not be bothered to create waves. The water surface was as smooth as a mirror. Only when he crushed the rocks or walked on water would he take the initiative to stir up a storm. This Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have space path Dao marks. The space was not big. Meng Qiuzhen could not teleport as a land spirit. Time passed quickly as the small islands were remodeled. When Meng Qiuzhen finished remodeling all the large islands and 7 or 8 small islands, the fire path tribulation arrived. A torrential rain of fire rained down. Every drop of fire was the size of a wash basin. When the rain of fire rained down, there was a grand aura. Many of the fire rain smashed onto the stone islands, burning the stone ground or the crushed stones. Some of the small pebbles melted. The stones turned into lava that slowly but firmly flowed to the bottom of the water. Over time, the rocky island, which was originally tall and steep, quickly changed its landscape under the ravaging of the rain of fire. The surroundings of the stone islands sank, the edges reached deep into the water, the middle was level with the water surface, while the back was slightly above the lake surface, forming a beach made of crushed stones. Most of the fire rain fell into the water. Water and fire stimulated each other to form a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor flew up and gradually formed a thick layer of water clouds that covered the entire blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen hid underground. The earth path Dao marks were dense. He had the ability to escape underground as a land spirit. He allowed the fire rain to wreak havoc, occasionally taking care of the stone islands. The torrential fire rain tribulation lasted for a long time before dissipating. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the surface and immediately sensed that the air temperature had risen by several times. It was hot and humid. The entire sky above the blessed land was covered in thick clouds. Just now, there had been a huge rain of fire. It was as if someone had started a stove under the blanket. How could it not be hot? Meng Qiuzhen used wind power to blow away the clouds. It felt much better. But soon, water vapor started to gather in the sky again, forming thin clouds. After a period of time, it was likely that the thick clouds would form again. Meng Qiuzhen immediately understood. The fire path earthly calamity earlier brought about too many fire path Dao marks. He needed to restrain most of the fire path Dao marks. He could not let them interfere with the previous situation. If there were a large number of light path Dao marks, I could gather most of the fire path Dao marks and create an artificial sun in the sky of this blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen felt it was a pity. Even though this Dream Realm Blessed Land had light path Dao marks, they were few in scale. Thus, the blessed land had always been dark. Since the sun plan did not work, Meng Qiuzhen had other ideas. Immediately, he activated Create Dream Killer move. After more than 10 steps, he gathered a large number of fire path Dao marks at the base of the main island. The fire path Dao marks were restrained by the even denser earth path Dao marks, forming magma inside the main island. Outside the stone island, because the number of fire path Dao marks decreased, the temperature fell rapidly. There were only a few thin clouds floating in the sky. There were no longer any problems. Even though there is no artificial sun and there is no heat, with magma, it is like geothermal heat. I can still use it. Meng Qiuzhen only needed to use the strength path Dao marks to erupt with firepower, turning the main island into an active volcano that would erupt with air currents and loud explosions, followed by magma and volcanic ash. At this moment, Meng Qiuzhen's heart shook. He had a realization. My blessed land has no chi path Dao marks or sound path Dao marks, but when a volcano erupts, air currents can erupt and thunder can erupt. Earlier, when the fire rain hit the water, it created a layer of water vapor. I do not have any cloud path Dao marks here. This is probably the source of the imitation of paths. GU cultivators usually cultivated one path. After reaching a certain level, the GU immortals' methods would be able to imitate the power of other paths, creating an overall balance. For example, would Path Killer move Fleeting Bloom could imitate the power of Time Path. For example, Bai Xiong was an Ice and Snow Path Killer move, but it had the power of Transformation Path. For example, Tossing Rock to Seek Path Killer move was an Earth Path Killer move, but it had the effect of Information Path. After comprehending this, a portion of the Dream Realm's true meaning was absorbed by him. Meng Qiuzhen's Heaven Path attainment level rose a little, his main body and other clones also advanced together. Meng Qiuzhen recalled himself and found that even though he became a land spirit, he could not completely control the Tao marks of every path. Even though the land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth, it was only a portion of the immortal aperture's foundation. For example, Meng Qiuzhen's painstaking effort to crush the rocks was essentially a lump of condensed earth path Tao marks, continuously scattering them. If Meng Qiuzhen had complete control over earth path Tao marks, he could turn the rocks into sand with just a thought and scatter them with the wind. The land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth, but it was only at the most superficial level. Moreover, he had to follow the rules. If he wanted to crush rocks, he had to use wind power, water power, and so on. Then how could he increase this level of usage? To be more specific, how could he turn a solid stone into flying sand? Meng Qiuzhen quickly thought of turning sand GU. This GU worm could turn soil and rocks into fine sand. He thought of all sorts of killer moves. There were Fire Path, Water Path, Refinement Path, and Poison Path. All of them could turn rocks into fine sand. At once, Meng Qiuzhen's perception of killer moves and GU worms was different. There were some things that he could not explain clearly. These things were accumulated in his mind. They were still far from the previous comprehension. Only by comprehending them completely could his Heaven Path attainment level rise. The Heaven Path Dream Realm was different from the previous Dream Realms. To absorb the true meaning of the Heaven Path Dream Realm, while developing the Dream Realm Blessed Land, one had to comprehend the true meaning of the operation of heaven and earth. This was difficult. The Human Path Dream Realm that Fang Yuan explored earlier, as long as he explored it to a certain extent, his attainment level would rise. The exploration of the Heaven Path Dream Realm was only to maintain close contact with the Heaven Path true meaning. To raise one's attainment level, one had to comprehend it. After all, this is a Heaven Path Dream Realm, it is separated from the human body. Meng Qiuzhen thought about it, when suddenly, the world turned upside down. The entire blessed land shook intensely, the lake water was overturned, the rock islands were flying and colliding. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed, the dream realm suddenly became chaotic, he felt a huge pressure. Meng Qiuzhen quickly activated dream armor to protect himself. Thankfully, the dream realm only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Meng Qiuzhen's face was pale, he was glad that he had dream armor GU and chose to explore the Heaven Path Dream Realm of a medium scale. He was not greedy. If not for that, he would have died in that calamity earlier. This is not a transformation of the Heaven Path Dream Realm, it is the power of the outside world. It is likely a Venerable's doing. Meng Qiuzhen guessed in his mind, he looked at the chaotic scene of the blessed land and smiled bitterly. All the hard work he had put in previously had been for naught. If this happens a few more times, I won't be able to explore anymore. The calamity shell is getting stronger and stronger. Sigh. I hope the main body can protect me. Chapter 2346. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move was called Chaotic Will Scatter Dream. It was a Wisdom Path killer move, but a large number of Dream Path Mortal GU were used to imitate the power of Dream Path. It could affect dream realms. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had deduced this move to deal with Fang Yuan's Dream Realm methods. Fang Yuan had once used pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and create dream realms to fight, but most methods in the world were ineffective against dream realms. Fang Yuan succeeded time and time again. Next, when Fang Yuan wanted to retract these dream realms, he would use pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation to turn the dream realms into pure dream body clones and bring them away. But this situation did not hold true under the killer move Chaotic Will Scattering Dream. Chaotic Will Scatter Dream's Dream Path Mortal GU was only a key, the true method was Wisdom Path. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used Wisdom Path methods to interfere with the wills and emotions contained in the dream realms, causing them to become chaotic. Be it the previous human path dream realm or the current heaven path dream realm, they both contained human will, human feelings, or providence. When these wills and emotions became chaotic, the dream realms, especially the orderly ones, would lose their order and become chaotic. GU cultivators who explored the dream realms would suffer from this. They would be like fish that entered water but ended up burning. Once a pure dream reality seeker physique body was hit by this move, their stable human body would turn into a dream realm again. The human will, human feelings, and so on would be mixed with the dream realms. They would not be able to think clearly. For people like Meng Qiuzhen, whose body and soul were in the dream realm, as time passed, the chaotic dream realms would tear them to shreds. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's main body intercepted her in time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop this move. Meng Qiuzhen escaped danger. As for the hard work he had put into transforming the blessed dreamlands, it was already a minor detail. Star constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while avoiding Fang Yuan's attacks. She observed the Heaven Path Dream Realm. When she saw that the Heaven Path Dream Realm that devoured Meng Qiuzhen returned to normal without any other changes, she knew that Meng Qiuzhen was still alive. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. She deduced that this Chaotic Will Scatter dream was already the limit of her abilities. It was mainly the dream Tao that restricted her. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream path attainment level was almost blank. She did not have Immortal GU and only used a large number of Dream Path Mortal GU. He relied entirely on his terrifying Wisdom Path foundation to forcibly raise his killer move to rank 8. She wanted to do more, but she was powerless. Therefore, she could not rescue Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie who were trapped in the Heavenly Axioms dreamland. At most, she could use this technique to kill them. However, Fairy Myrtle needed a living soul clone, so killing him was pointless. She might be able to kill Meng Qiuzhen. But Chaotic Will Scattering Dream needed to be used continuously. If Fang Yuan interfered with her, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would suffer a backlash. It would be very dangerous. Fang Yuan's main body continued to attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move made him nervous. He could only watch closely and try not to give Star Constellation Immortal Venerable any more chances to activate it. The Giant Sun Immortal attacked furiously from the side. Fang Yuan's main focus was on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing Giant Sun's attacks, he could only try to dodge. Giant Sun Immortal was aggressive and had rich battle experience. He did not let Fang Yuan succeed. Most of the attacks landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan originally had Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but Giant Sun Immortal's lingering luck waste killer move was too annoying. He cancelled this move and used Heavenly Web to block it. This was a true rank 9 killer move. After being amplified by Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were all ineffective. No matter how mystical or powerful Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were, they were like illusions when they hit Fang Yuan. They did not exist at all. What kind of defensive method is this? The more Giant Sun Immortal fought, the more shocked he became. Even his face was twitching. The tighter Fang Yuan's defenses were, the more Giant Sun Immortal wanted to see through him. But Obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web were connected. Giant Sun Immortal's investigative methods were also defeated by Obscured Heavenly Secret. Giant Sun Immortal could not see through it. Star Constellation Immortal was the same. The two Venerables became more suspicious as they fought. Fang Yuan guarded against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while transmitting his voice to Giant Sun Immortal, urging him to turn around and target Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He emphasized the strength of the Celestial Court. He even promised that if Giant Sun Immortal chose to do so, Fang Yuan would develop more Blood Path Immortal GU and research results and trade them to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable immediately felt better. Fang Yuan made such a huge concession, it was likely that he could not hold on for much longer. But his attacks became stronger. He transmitted, Fang Yuan, you are too humble. You are probably the strongest of the three Venerables. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this defensive technique of yours is something we can't even imagine. Fang Yuan quickly said, "This is a killer move that uses the secluded domain of heaven and earth, city well as the core. Giant Sun does not have any rank 9 killer moves now, how can you break it? Since you can't, why make things difficult for me and let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gain the most benefits?" Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks. But he was thinking, Fang Yuan is trying his best to persuade me, he is trying to be humble, but I am afraid he is really at his limit. He has the least immortal essence, these killer moves are very powerful, how can he not expend immortal essence? I need to slow down my attacks and let him take a breather. I need to maintain the current situation and let him exhaust Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As for Heaven Path Dream Realms, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable almost succeeded earlier. How can Fang Yuan obtain so many Heaven Path Dream Realms in such a short period of time? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw that Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks and felt something amiss. She scolded Giant Sun for his craftiness. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told Giant Sun that attainment levels were the hardest to raise. Since Fang Yuan wanted to develop in Heaven Path, these Heaven Path attainment levels would be of great help to him. How can we let him achieve his goal? Giant Sun Immortal said perfunctorily. The three Venerables were in a deadlock for a while. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to persuade, finally saying, "Giant Sun, look at Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. He has many disadvantages now, but he is already at a draw with us. If he has enough immortal essence in the future, what will happen?" Giant Sun Immortal sighed, replying, "I agree with Star Constellation's words. But..." Saying so, he sighed again. He wanted to say something but stopped. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids twitched. She knew that if she wanted Giant Sun Immortal to make a move, she needed to show some benefits. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate. She immediately used Jewel Yellow Skies to transact many of her Blood Path research results to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal obtained the benefits. He put in more effort to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. He knew that the strength he displayed was already close to the two Venerables' limit. If he exceeded it, the two Venerables' cooperation would become even stronger. The losses would outweigh the gains. Immediately, Fang Yuan shouted, "You forced me to do this." Before he finished speaking, he activated a killer move, turning into a spiral rainbow that pierced through the battlefield. The two Venerables were stunned, their expressions changed as they understood Fang Yuan's sinister intentions. They quickly blocked the spiral rainbow. The two Venerables lacked tacit understanding. They attacked at the same time, releasing Fang Yuan's space. Fang Yuan was not affected by the enemy's attacks. He immediately retreated. After pulling some distance from the two Venerables, he activated his killer move again and flew out of the battlefield. The two Venerables had no choice but to block him. This time, they communicated using voice transmissions. They did not show any openings like before. But this way, Fang Yuan had the initiative instead. The two Venerables could not help but feel frustrated, because Fang Yuan's attacks were targeted at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Right now, the three Venerables were fighting, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not go berserk. It was a good thing for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had sinister intentions. He wanted to anger this Venerable and lure him over, creating a chaotic scene that would allow him to take advantage of the situation. This battle continued for a while. The two Venerables would definitely lose if they defended for too long. Eventually, Fang Yuan managed to hit Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's consciousness had dissipated. He was more like a soul beast than a Venerable. After being provoked, he immediately charged towards the battlefield of the three Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to fight. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not care who they were. As long as they were in front of him, he would take care of them. During this period of time, his strength had risen greatly. He was no longer in his weakened state. The three Venerables fought Spectral Soul even more carefully than before. Spectral Soul's moves were vast and fierce. He even used killer moves from time to time. The three Venerables did not want to provoke this lunatic. They had to fight each other again. The battlefield was chaotic. The chaotic battlefield was most beneficial to Fang Yuan. He finally had time to rest. If the situation had continued, his obscured heaven's secrets wouldn't have been able to hold out. Immediately, taking advantage of the chaos, Fang Yuan secretly activated 2 obscured heavenly secret killer moves. His aura was concealed as he replenished himself. With star constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, she finally grasped the opportunity to lure spectral soul demon Venerable into the group of Heaven Path Dream Realms. But the Heavenly Path Dream Realm did not clash with spectral soul demon Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's plan failed. The 4 Venerables entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm group. As long as it did not involve Dream Path, the Venerable killer moves could not harm the Heaven Path Dream Realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realms did not attack spectral soul demon Venerable, they attacked the other 3 Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable worked together to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wanted to attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and exert pressure to prevent her from harming his clone, Meng Qiuzhan. As for spectral soul demon Venerable, no matter who he was, he had to be killed. The Heavenly Dao Dreamland was no exception, it was just that his attacks were ineffective. After this chaotic scene lasted for several minutes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gradually gained the upper hand. She was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, she was skilled in scheming. The chaotic scene meant that she had to make more calculations. As she got used to it and understood the relationship between them, she could make use of the surrounding environment and become more composed. After realizing that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was using the surrounding Heavenly Dao Dreamlands, Giant Sun Immortal, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to block him, Fang Yuan knew that it was time to use another trump card. Immortal Killer Move Heavenly Ghost Concealment. At the next moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ignored Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan passed through Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms openly, quickly arriving in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This ruthless killer move caused Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was caught off guard, to suffer a loss. Fang Yuan, well done, Fang Yuan, so that's it. Chapter 2347. Among the many modified killer moves, Heavenly Ghost Concealment was the first to be completed. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment killer move was countered. Fang Yuan had the idea of modifying ghostly concealment. After that, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose rapidly, and with the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret, he modified ghostly concealment into Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Ghostly concealment was rank 9 to begin with, it had not been modified much. But after adding in the Heaven Path GU worms, the method to deal with ghostly concealment immediately became ineffective. At this moment, Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of translucent black armor. On his face was a pale white skull mask. This was the sign of Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Different from obscured Heavenly Secret, Heavenly Ghost Concealment had a strong aura, but in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes, it was completely invisible. Giant Sun Immortal used many methods, but none of them had any effect on Fang Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment. This is a Heaven Path method, this shows Fang Yuan's talent and attainment in this aspect. Giant Sun, are you going to watch Fang Yuan obtain these Heaven Path Dream Realms and become even more powerful? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to persuade Giant Sun, increasing his wariness towards Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. Fang Yuan cultivates all paths. Once he succeeds in Heaven Path cultivation, he will form a mystical connection with other paths, the results will be unpredictable. He was moved by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his attacks against Fang Yuan became fiercer. Even so, Fang Yuan's situation was much better now. He fought around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but his main target was still Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move 7 Kills Rainbow. This compound killer move was frequently used by Fang Yuan to disrupt Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use Chaotic while scattering Dream many times, but she was chased by Fang Yuan just as she was about to activate it. Sometimes, he would have to stop after just a short while to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal attacked Fang Yuan Fang Yuan got close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and circled around, making Spectral Soul Demon Venerable take the brunt of the attacks. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked, he became even more furious, he unleashed a torrent of attacks, he treated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal as a thorn in his side, he ignored Fang Yuan who was making use of him. After a long stalemate, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decisively changed her strategy. She asked Giant Sun Immortal to guard her and fight for opportunities to use her killer move. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. As the intensity of the battle deepened, the two Venerable Ones joined forces even more closely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he pounced, his countless arms were like black pillars as they slammed toward Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal shouted as he blocked in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A vast golden fog covered most of the battlefield. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms slammed into the golden fog, his ferocious ghostly claws scratched everywhere in the golden fog dissipated but was quickly replenished. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind, he should use a killer move now to have a chance of breaking the defense. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew this, even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used a killer move, it might not be the right choice. Fang Yuan sighed, he had no choice but to attack again, he used another trump card. Immortal Killer Move, Parameter Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Detonation Wind. Fang Yuan pointed at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cried out in pain, 100 thick black arms twisted and turned into dragons and snakes, breathing out dust and thick fog before exploding. Countless wind blades swept out, blowing away Giant Sun Immortal's golden fog. Giant Sun Immortal coughed out a mouthful of blood, his defensive method was broken, he suffered a backlash. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also affected, the chaotic will-scattering dream that she had activated for a few breaths of time was forced to stop. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared furiously as he attacked the two Venerables. Because Fang Yuan was covered in heavenly ghost concealment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was heavily injured, he thought that it was the work of the two Venerables. A new killer move. This aura, the core is definitely the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Luo Po Valley. Giant Sun Immortal placed his hand on his chest, healing his injuries as he retreated, evading Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws. How many killer moves of this level has he deduced? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth, her eyes flickered with starlight, she wanted to see through Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan still had obscured heavenly secret on him, she could not see through it. After using this move, Fang Yuan immediately became exhausted, he did not attack anymore, he looked like he had expended a lot of energy. The reason why he did not use Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound anymore was because he had already given rank 7 Dream Armor Immortal GU to Meng Qiuzhen. The killer move Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind he was using now was not inferior. But because it was a compound killer move, there were many paths and GU worms involved, Fang Yuan's thoughts were quickly depleted. After all, he was currently maintaining Heavenly Web and Heavenly Ghost Concealment, these two killer moves. Thankfully, after activating rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret, he did not need to expend mental energy to maintain them. One of the disadvantages of compound killer moves was that they expended too many thoughts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made some adjustments but still failed. Meng Qiuzhen continued to explore dream realms, bringing endless benefits to Fang Yuan's main body. Even though Fang Yuan's attacking frequency fell, he used Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind to force the two Venerables into a disadvantage. Spectral Heaven had just formed, the Heavenly Wind Chi wall was not thick and there were no obstructions, it was easy for the 5 regions GU Immortals to watch the battle. Seeing that Fang Yuan had the upper hand, Central Continent and Northern Plains GU Immortals were shocked and worried, some scolded Fang Yuan for being shameless, some prayed for the righteous path, while some had pale expressions due to the demonic might. As for the Eastern Sea GU Immortals, they were overjoyed. Damn it, if my Blood Sea was successful, I would have such a powerful Blood Path killer move, why would I be afraid of Fang Yuan's methods? Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth, the suppressed emotions in his heart had reached the limit, he finally used his full strength. Luck Path Killer move all living beings of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal activated this move, forming a huge pillar of light. The pillar of light was golden and dazzling, it stood in the sky, it was extremely thick and tall. Giant Sun Immortal was inside the golden pillar of light, his arms and legs were spread out, he was in a posture. His hair fluttered in the wind, he screamed continuously, his expression was twisted and his veins were bulging, he seemed to be in great pain. During the activation of the killer move, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all obstructed by the golden pillar of light. Fang Yuan tried to attack, but found that every time he attacked the golden pillar of light, his luck would be shaken. There were strong signs of it being absorbed by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan thus stopped wisely. Giant Sun Immortal, what did you do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression was ugly. Giant Sun Immortal's move had immense power, even she was affected. The golden pillar of light lasted for a short 9 breaths of time before it stopped and dissipated. Giant Sun Immortal's body was covered in a layer of golden light, his muscles bulged and his golden hair danced in the wind, his entire body had expanded by a size. His gaze swept towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his gaze was so sharp that even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but squint. Giant Sun Immortal grinned, Star Constellation, don't blame me, this move has a huge range, it covers the whole 5 regions, you cannot avoid it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he raised a terrifying black fog that covered the sky. Giant Sun Immortal roared as he puffed his cheeks and blew, forming a boundless tornado. The tornado swept everything. The black fog revealed hundreds and thousands of tadpole-tailed soul balls. The soul balls exploded around Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal snorted in disdain. That layer of golden light allowed him to remain unharmed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms attacked. Giant Sun Immortal used his fists and legs to clash. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws and black arms were like eggs smashing into rocks. After the clash, countless golden lights entered the black arms and shot out, causing the black arms to explode. Giant Sun Immortal started to counterattack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was immediately suppressed. No matter how he resisted, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were even more merciless. Fang Yuan fought with Giant Sun Immortal. He found that be it offense, defense, movement, or healing, they were all strengthened in all aspects. Fang Yuan was also suppressed. He gradually realized something. This move is likely to forcefully extract external luck and use it on himself. But how big is the range of this killer move? Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal communicated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable using voice transmission. Fang Yuan did not know that this move had an incredibly huge range, it directly covered the 5 region. This move had an even more profound effect, it affected the luck of heaven and earth and all living beings, causing all of their luck to be affected and move around Giant Sun Immortal intensely. The killer move was named All Living Beings of Heaven and Earth. It was truly worthy of its name. Fang Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot and Slow Heavenly Web, his luck was not affected by this move. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Luck Path defensive method was seen through by Giant Sun Immortal, it was useless. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not show any signs of it. After all, the urgent matter now was to deal with Fang Yuan and kill Meng Qiuzhan. After activating all living beings of heaven and earth, Giant Sun Immortal's luck grew to a terrifying scale. Together with his combat system, his strength was amplified to a terrifying extent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his mind. After struggling for a while, he showed clear signs of defeat. Fang Yuan did not have a good time either, but he still had to focus on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Actually, Giant Sun Immortal's strength was not the main point. As long as there was no battlefield killer move restraining him, Fang Yuan could advance or retreat freely. In Fang Yuan's opinion, the main point was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable without transmitting his voice. Star Constellation, you have a good plan, you let Giant Sun and I expend our immortal essence while you stall for time. Can you really destroy my Dream Path clone with this method? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled coldly. Fang Yuan, since you have such a plan, why don't you let me try again? Fang Yuan replied calmly, Star constellation, you are more skillful, you predicted that I would not dare to take the risk. In that case, I will have to use other methods. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal became vigilant. Since the start of the battle, Fang Yuan's killer moves had been very shocking. Especially his defensive methods, even the two Venerables could not see through them. But even after the two Venerables paid attention for some time, they did not see Fang Yuan revealing any more methods. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Fang Yuan, simply threatening is not a good method. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I have already used this method. Speaking of which, Star Constellation's starry sky calculation formation is grand and profound, it is truly mystical. It is a pity that it was constructed in a hurry and is about to be destroyed in a hurry. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. At the same time, Central Continent. Outside the starry sky calculation formation, Chi-Si Ancestor slowly appeared. Rumble, a Chi Path Killer move was activated. At the next moment, heaven and earth shook. Chi surged as if it was boundless, pressing down on the starry sky calculation formation. According to the management's understanding, as long as they complete the daily missions, they would gain a lot of battle strength. Chapter 2348. Ever since the sun had been destroyed, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had sunk into darkness. Spectral soul demon Venerable, who was burning with blue eerie fire, could never replace the sun. Because what he gave to all living beings in the world was not vitality and warmth, but coldness and killing intent. Under the dark curtain, the countless stars shining in the sky above Zhengzhou State became the comfort of mortals. But now, even these dazzling and resplendent starlight had been brutally murdered. The airflow surged, vast and majestic, drowning out the myriad of starlight. Chi-Si Ancestor's sleeves fluttered, he had an indifferent expression as he flew horizontally, continuing to press forward. Previously, when Fang Yuan mobilized the troops, he was one of Fang Yuan's arrangements. Now that he received the main body's notification, he immediately acted. It was noisy inside the starry sky actuarial array. There were many GU immortals guarding this place. Because the starry sky calculation formation's offense and defense were weak, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arranged many GU immortals here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also knew that the starry sky calculation formation, which had only been constructed for a short period of time, would become the target of other Venerables. It was currently the weakness of the Celestial Court. Therefore, she also left the embroidered tower and the constellation chessboard in this array. Chi-Si Ancestor appeared in the northeast direction. With one move, he destroyed 3,871 stars. Urgent report. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone of the enslavement path appeared in the northwest. Wu Shui, 2,664 stars were destroyed. Star Constellation's will in the embroidered building was about to give the order, but suddenly the whole formation space shook violently. Next, the investigating GU Immortal shouted in a sharp tone, revealing a panicked expression. Jean Boudou has appeared. He's attacking from the south, and he's heading straight for me. Jean Boudou. Star Constellations will immediately mobilized her thoughts and looked through the starry sky calculation array. She saw a radiant youth wearing a huge bright red cloak. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a mad dragon descending to the world, exploding the air and causing a rumbling sound as he charged over. Star Constellations will sighed. Fang Yuan could revive GU immortals. They had already obtained clues from Fang Clan. The resurrection of Jean Boudou did not surprise the will of the constellation. However, the situation before her left her in a difficult position. Chi-Si Ancestor and Jean Boudou had pseudo-venerable battle strength, while Wu Shui was a peak rank 8 expert. On this level, the Celestial Court lacked elite experts who could face them head-on. Qing Chou could be counted as one, but right now, it had to protect the God Emperor City. In terms of strategic significance, the Divine Emperor City was even more important than the starry sky calculation array. As for Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and the rest, they were also rank 8s, but they were clearly inferior to Chi-Si and Jean Boudou. Fang Yuan can revive GU immortals and preserve their cultivation level. Where are the variant human rank 8s among his subordinates hiding now? The situation was unclear, so the star constellations will decided to fight conservatively. It would focus on protecting the sky full of stars calculation array, and not rashly counterattack. Star constellation Immortal Venerables will personally control the starry sky calculation formation. Starlight shone brightly and dazzlingly. Qi-Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai had to close their eyes and use investigative killer moves. Only Jean Boudou was thick-skinned. He opened his eyes wide and had no qualms about it. The starlight quickly dimmed. Qi-Si Ancestor, Wu Shuai, and Jean Boudou's vision changed. They were in the middle of a huge chessboard. This is Star Constellation Chessboard. This sky full of stars calculation array can actually make use of Star Constellation Chessboard. Not just that, Embroidered Tower might be helping it as well. Fang Yuan's 3 clones conversed while attacking fiercely again. After a series of explosions, the sky full of stars calculation array shook intensely, but it barely managed to hold on. It was all thanks to Embroidered Tower and Star Constellation Chessboard. Oh no, if the situation falls into a stalemate, how can the main body exert pressure on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body? Qi-Si Ancestor's heart sank. The other 2 immortals knew that something was amiss. They attacked even more fiercely. Spectral Heaven. The fight between the 4 venerables continued. Fang Yuan's clones attacked, but they were blocked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements. But Fang Yuan's situation was turning for the better. Earlier, he was in a difficult situation because Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength. Now, his situation was turning for the better because of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's battle strength continued to fall. It turned out that even though all living beings, world, self-centered was strong, it forcefully absorbed external luck. It was like water without a source. The more it was used, the lesser it became. Not just that, when this move's effect completely disappeared, Giant Sun Immortal's luck would fall into a weakened state. It would only recover after a period of time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already learned of the attack on the sky full of stars calculation array. But she could not return to help immediately. Once she did, she would fall into Fang Yuan's trap. By then, would Giant Sun Immortal be left alone to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fang Yuan's alliance? Would Giant Sun Immortal be willing to do that? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only cared about Celestial Court's benefits. This would definitely cast a shadow over the alliance of the 2 venerables. After all, Giant Sun was not a venerable of Celestial Court. He was not on the same side as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was only because of the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even suspected that if she returned to Central Continent, Fang Yuan might pursue her relentlessly. In any case, among the venerables, only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could pose a threat to Meng Qiuzhen. Fang Yuan dragged the battlefield to Central Continent. It was disadvantageous to Celestial Court. While Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed at Fang Yuan's craftiness, he could see through people's intentions and chose the perfect time to attack. She had to resist Fang Yuan's constant interference. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also tried to use other killer moves against Fang Yuan. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was strong, he lacked intelligence. He was only a problem. Fang Yuan was the key. He was the biggest threat. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's repeated attempts had no effect. Fang Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cover. It was a shallow tactic but had great effect. The 4 venerables fought for some time. Seeing that all beings in the world were about to weaken, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use this move again. For a time, the golden pillar of light appeared once more. It lay across the heavens and the earth, and it was grand and resplendent to the extreme. Giant Sun Immortal's luck was strengthened again. His battle strength rose again. All beings in the world could be used continuously, but the backlash would become stronger. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal was in a difficult situation. His entire combat system was built on his positive luck. If his luck weakened, his battle strength would fall. Giant Sun Immortal naturally did not want to expose the weakness of all beings in the world the first time he used it. Fang Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal was raring to go again. He wisely retreated. using spectral soul demon Venerable as a barrier to avoid the attack. Giant Sun Immortal saw Fang Yuan's actions and gritted his teeth in hatred. He knew that if he did not take any measures, the situation would repeat itself, thus he immediately used a trump card. Luck Path Killer move. Myriad things have flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's body flickered with golden light. The golden light was restrained as it slowly rose above his head, turning into an orange-yellow pill jade. The pill jade was extremely powerful. Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt waves of fear. Next, Giant Sun Immortal gave a low growl. He raised his head and slammed his head towards the orange-yellow pill jade. The orange-yellow pill jade was sent flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal's luck that had risen earlier had mostly collapsed because of this move. It almost returned to normal. He knew that this move was powerful. He could not deduce the profundity of this move. He did not take it head-on. He hid behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no qualms. He swept his arm and slammed with his ghostly claw, sending the orange-yellow pill jade flying far away. The orange-yellow pill jade fell down from spectral heaven like a rubber ball. Seeing this, Fang Yuan and Star Constellation were slightly stunned. Giant Sun Immortal's move was extremely powerful. To think that it would be suppressed so easily. Giant Sun. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted. Giant Sun Immortal smiled confidently. Star Constellation, watch carefully. This move is extraordinary. It is the culmination of my own luck, the luck of all living beings, and the luck of heaven and earth. It is no longer limited to the concept of offense and defense. It can make use of the variables of heaven and earth and all living beings to create a stupefying battle result. It's just that this move requires a period of time to manifest its power. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heard this and immediately asked the crucial question: how long will it take to see the result? Giant Sun Immortal's expression froze. The time is uncertain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal said again. This move has already been used, no need to worry. Star Constellation, why aren't you attacking Fang Yuan with me? Saying so, he charged at Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a glance at the orange-yellow pill jade before cooperating with Giant Sun Immortal to circle around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Fang Yuan. The orange-yellow pill jade flew down and encountered a soul beast army. After piercing hundreds of soul beasts, its aura fell by 10%, its direction also changed slightly. It continued to descend, piercing the heavenly wind chi wall. Its aura fell by another 10%. After reaching the sky of Central Continent, it shot straight into the star array formation. Star Constellation's will was controlling Star Constellation chessboard and the star array formation to deal with Fang Yuan's 3 clones. While the two sides were in a deadlock, suddenly, an orange-yellow luck path killer move that looked like an egg squeezed into the huge chessboard with star paths. What is this? Chi-Si Ancestor and the rest became alert. Oh no! Star Constellation's will's expression changed. It turned out that the star array formation or star constellation chessboard, they were wisdom path methods, they were intricate and complicated. But the orange-yellow pill jade was a great achievement in luck path. It was a huge variable. The orange-yellow pill jade entered star constellation chessboard and immediately interfered with the entire battlefield. It absorbed and repelled Star Constellation's will's arrangements, making everything even more chaotic. Star Constellation's will quickly made arrangements to suppress this variable and maintain the battlefield, but she could not help but expose a flaw. Fang Yuan's 3 clones were overjoyed. They immediately used this chance to attack the flaw. A moment later, with a loud sound, Fang Yuan's clones' vision changed. They returned to Central Continent's sky. A small part of Star Constellation chessboard was destroyed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will quickly stored it in embroidered tower. Chapter 2349. Remote Heaven Battlefield. Swoosh. The 7 Killings rainbow arrived. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body flickered with starlight as she successfully dodged it. She was about to retaliate when she saw Fang Yuan hiding behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable again. This had happened more than 100 times since the start of the battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer as angry as before. Seeing that Giant Sun Immortal was being attacked by hundreds of spectral soul demon Venerable, star constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer move and destroyed dozens of spectral soul demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal used this chance to escape the encirclement of the giant arms. Spectral soul demon Venerable was ambushed. He gave up on Giant Sun Immortal and targeted star constellation Immortal Venerable instead. Star constellation, distract the spectral soul demon Venerable. I will capture Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and quickly communicated. Next, his body turned into a golden rainbow as he flew out, trying to get around spectral soul demon Venerable and attack Fang Yuan, who was behind him. But at the next moment, star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She did not engage in a stalemate with spectral soul demon Venerable. Instead, she left behind a star form phantom while her true body moved. The star form phantom was instantly destroyed by spectral soul demon Venerable. The latter immediately turned around and attacked Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal was trapped again. He was a little surprised. He quickly transmitted to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation, why are you doing this? Star constellation Immortal Venerable sent the report of the battle inside the starry sky calculation formation to Giant Sun Immortal. She asked, Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this? This. Giant Sun Immortal smiled awkwardly. He immediately understood the reason. He explained, Star constellation, have you heard of the true meaning of luck path, fortune and misfortune come together? This luck path killer move is exactly like that. After I activated it, I completely lost control of it. I do not know how it works or how it manifests in the end. The starry sky calculation formation was not destroyed. This is just a small disaster. Misfortune turns to fortune. This small disaster now can be exchanged for great fortune in the future. We should be looking forward to it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sneered, using my small misfortune to exchange for your great fortune? Giant Sun Immortal, is that what you mean? The Giant Sun Immortal choked and said, I will compensate for all direct losses, but as for the specific amount, how about we discuss it after the battle? Star constellation Immortal Venerable nodded at Giant Sun Immortal, continuing to fight alongside him. She chose to believe in the Giant Sun Immortal. From her point of view, although the Giant Sun Immortal's standpoint was different from the celestial courts, he valued family and had a deep humanity. He loved his descendants and was very protective of them. There was an obvious difference between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no bottom line. He had to be extremely cautious and not believe in his promises. However, the words of the Giant Sun Immortal could still be trusted. Especially since the compensation wasn't that great. Of course, more importantly, in such a situation, a single Venerable could not deal with Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not watch as Fang Yuan absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream Realm. Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Qi-Si Ancestor stirred up countless air currents. It was hard to defend against them. Zhon Budu charged forward like a dragon. Nobody could stop him. Wu Shuai controlled millions of ants to infiltrate and devour the entire starry sky calculation formation. Star Constellation's Will in Embroidered Tower tried to repair Star Constellation chessboard while manipulating Embroidered Tower to help the starry sky calculation formation. The starry sky calculation formation had very low offensive and defensive power. If not for this, Giant Sun and Fang Yuan would not have watched Star Constellation Immortal Venerable create this formation so easily. Even with Embroidered Tower's help and the GU Immortals in the formation space maintaining and repairing it, the Starry Sky Calculation formation continued to break under the fierce attacks of Fang Yuan's 3 clones. Finally, several formation cores were exposed. These formation cores all have immortal GU. My ants cannot invade them, they are very mysterious. Wu Shuai transmitted. Qi-Si Ancestor and Zhon Budu both tried to do it but failed. These formation cores were shrouded in starlight. They were hard to distinguish between real and fake. Fang Yuan's 3 clones' attacks were like illusions. The starlight only shook intensely. I'm afraid he used a phantom path method. I am powerless. Zhon Budu shrugged. His main trump card was incomplete freedom transformation. He was good at charging at the front lines. He was not skilled in other aspects. Qi ancestor also frowned. In this difficult situation, he suddenly glanced at the orange-yellow pill jade. After this orange-yellow pill jade destroyed star constellation chessboard, it shrunk in size, its aura and radiance dimmed greatly, 60% of it was used, only 20% was left. Why don't we try using Giant Sun Immortal's egg yolk killer move? Qi ancestor had already obtained information from the main body. He communicated with the other two clones, arranging a battle tactic. Zhon Budu and Wu Shui attracted star constellations' will. Qi ancestor successfully used his Qi Path giant hand to grab the orange-yellow pill jade before tossing it towards the closest formation core. This formation core was under Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortal Zhongji's control. Seeing the orange-yellow pill jade approaching the formation core, he shouted and asked for help. Star constellations will noticed it and immediately took action. Embroidered Tower shot out countless Dao marks, diverting the orange-yellow pill jade and causing it to land near the formation core. However, the Gu worms near the formation core were affected by the orange-yellow pill jade. They became chaotic. Zhong Jigang wanted to suppress this terrible situation, but Fang Yuan's three clones continued to bombard him. Embroidered Tower did its best to protect them, but the commotion still affected the other Gu worms. These mortal Gu were either destroyed or destroyed. It was not a big deal. As long as the immortal Gu in the formation core were stabilized, the missing parts could be replenished in time. But the actual situation was not like this. The surrounding mortal Gu shook and were destroyed, all sorts of minute changes stacked on top of each other and rapidly magnified, directly threatening the immortal Gu in the formation core. Zhongji's actions of stabilizing the situation turned into an accomplice. Next, under his incredulous gaze, the immortal Gu in the formation core cracked and shattered. Originally, the formation core's formation core immortal Gu were all complete. They were closely connected and concealed each other. But now, one of them suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge flaw. Fang Yuan's three clones immediately attacked fiercely. Star constellations could not care about anything else. She could only focus on maintaining the star core calculation formation. Giant Sun Immortal. How do you explain this? Within spectral heaven, star constellation Immortal Venerable questioned again. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. I'll compensate you. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Is this just a matter of compensation? Giant Sun Immortal sighed again. Calm down, stopping Fang Yuan is the most important thing now. How can I be careless? Once this killer move is activated, it will not be under my control. Let's see how it develops. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, this move of yours is helping Fang Yuan's clone. Its power has already dissipated, it has completely vanished. How will it develop? How will it affect Fang Yuan's side? Giant Sun Immortal laughed heartily. Even though it has dissipated, it is only on the surface. The true variables are formless. They have already started to affect the world and all living beings. Everything is changing. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart shook slightly. She was also deducing and deepening her understanding of the killer move myriad changes, flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's talent was astonishing. This move was truly out of the norm. It was not within the boundaries of any offensive killer move in history. It was extremely unique. Then I will wait and see. With a strong enemy ahead, Star constellation Immortal Venerable had to compromise with Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. The yellow pill jade vanished. He relaxed as he thought, even if Celestial Court suffers losses because of this move in the future, they will not be able to produce any evidence. This move has linked variables. It is most beneficial to me. It seems that Celestial Court is my main enemy currently, thus, this move was not used on Fang Yuan. Instead, it is helping Fang Yuan to deal with Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed the situation in his mind. Inside the starry sky calculation formation, Gu Immortal Zhongji coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as a sheet. In order to protect the formation core, he had given it his all, but he failed in the end. Fang Yuan's three clones had already grasped the weakness. They started to expand their gains. Originally, because of Phantom Path, the starry sky calculation formation was perfect and flawless. Fang Yuan's three clones could not do anything about it. But now, they had a crucial breakthrough. They created a hole in the perfect formation and started to attack the surroundings from this hole. The healing Jiyu Immortal quickly rushed to Zhongji's side and started healing him. Zhongji was very dejected. He coughed out blood as he blamed himself. I have failed Celestial Court's nurturing. I have failed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's request. I actually lost the formation core. The healing Jiyu Immortal quickly consoled him. This is all because of Giant Sun Immortal's killer move. It is not your fault. Zhongji still had a look of disbelief on his face. This luck path killer move is truly strange. It can link all the variables together and amplify them, eventually harming the formation core Immortal Jiyu. Like a pole that was pressed down, the other end would rise. The formation core's Immortal Jiyu and the surrounding mortal Jiyu were like countless poles that were connected together. If one pole was pressed down, the other pole would rise, but the other pole would press down on the pole that was raised. These two variables would cancel each other out. Everything was unpredictable. Fei Huang did the exact opposite. It gathered all of the variables together and destroyed the formation core Immortal Jiyu. After a while of healing, Zhongji's injuries stabilized. During this period of time, 3 more formation cores of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation were destroyed by Fang Yuan's clones. This is all my fault. Zhongji blamed himself. He felt that the situation was collapsing. But at this time, another Jiyu Immortal came to his side. This was a formation path Grandmaster. The situation is urgent. I am here to repair the formation. I need your help. Zhongji quickly stood up and cupped his fists, expressing that he would help even if he had to risk his life. Even though the formation core Immortal Jiyu was destroyed, this Jiyu Immortal Formation Path Grandmaster could use immortal materials to set up the formation. He could temporarily replace the destroyed formation core Immortal Jiyu for emergencies. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was created with great difficulty. Star constellations did not want it to be destroyed. The Jiyu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects had also tasted the benefits of this formation. They did not want it to be destroyed. 2. Chapter 2350. The Formation Path Grandmaster calculated with all his strength. After a while, his face turned pale and he was covered in sweat. To repair this formation core, we need 500 kilograms of the rank 8 immortal material, heavy sand. Zhongji's heart sank. Heavy sand was Western Desert's specialty. It could not be produced in the other 4 regions. Now that they needed such a huge amount of heavy sand, how could they gather it? Zhongji was worried when the Formation Path Grandmaster let out a breath of air, saying, "The heavy sand will be replenished by Celestial Court's immortal treasury, but we need someone to enter spectral heaven and inject at least 250 kilograms of heavy sand from top to bottom. By then, we will be inside the formation and coordinate with them. We will be able to repair the formation core." "I'll go," Zhongji immediately said. The Formation Path Grandmaster shook his head, saying directly, "Your injuries are only temporarily suppressed. Your battle strength is too weak. If you leave the formation now, you will be easily killed by those 3 demons. The 3 demons will also be able to find the vague location of the space inside the formation. What should we do?" Zhongji sighed bitterly. The Formation Path Grandmaster was slightly dazed. He received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders and said, "All right, be it immortal materials or manpower, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will arrange them personally. Zhongji, use this time to heal your injuries. I will go to the next formation core and decide on the method to repair it." Saying so, the Formation Path Grandmaster left hurriedly. Zhongji looked at his back as he looked around, only to see that the formation space was in chaos. The Jiyu Immortals guarding here were all extremely busy. Even with Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will here, Fang Yuan's 3 clones still gave them huge pressure. Zhongji felt his own weakness deeply. He sighed helplessly as he used this time to heal his injuries. Western Desert. Lin Clan's headquarters, the Blessed Land. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, the number 1 Jiyu Immortal in Western Desert, Lin Zhenxing, walked out of the Blessed Land with 9 spiritual fairy. "I wish immortal friend Zhouling a smooth journey." Lin Zhenxing smiled. Celestial Court wanted to take Lin Zhenxing's body to quickly refine Bo Qing and restrain Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. 9 Spiritual Fairy and the other 4 Celestial Court GU Immortals attacked Lin Jianxing but suffered a crushing defeat. 9 Spiritual Fairy was captured by Lin Jianxing because she brought up the rear. But at this moment, she was personally released by Lin Jianxing. 9 Spiritual Fairy's expression was grim. Even though she regained her freedom, she did not feel any joy. She stared at Lin Jianxing and asked, "What did the Celestial Court pay to redeem me?" Lin Jianxing did not conceal it, he said frankly, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable values you greatly. I mustered my courage and offered a price. I was lucky enough to obtain 11 desolate sword leaf trees. 8 desolate sword leaf tree." 9 Spiritual Fairies' mood turned even heavier. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees had a huge origin. They originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was an immemorial desolate plant created by the Venerable One. It was not a natural product of nature. The 8 desolate sword leaf tree contained dense wood path Dao marks, but its roots were in a metal path immortal material mine. The leaves it produced were pure sword path rank 8 immortal materials. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees were unique. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had nurtured them personally, but he only left 20 of them for the Celestial Court. A portion of the 8 desolate sword leaf trees died or were used in the following days. Only these 11 trees were left, and now, Lin Jianxing had obtained them all. Lin Jianxing escorted her all the way to the intersection of the regional walls of Western Desert, Central Continent, and Northern Plains before stopping and watching 9 Spiritual Fairy leave alone. My negotiations with star constellations had been in a deadlock. To think that star constellations suddenly relented and was willing to give me 11 desolate sword leaf trees, but apart from releasing 9 Spiritual Fairy, I also want 100 kilograms of heavy sand. I obtained these 11 desolate sword leaf trees. They were truly beneficial. My earlier guess was not wrong. As long as I comprehend them properly, I can recreate the scene of the sword forest in the future. The Celestial Court is a huge force after all. It has an extremely deep foundation. Even after multiple losses, it still has a foundation that other superforces cannot compare to. It is a pity that in the previous battle, I only captured 9 Spiritual Fairy. Otherwise, I could have asked for more cultivation resources from the Celestial Court. Fate Gu's destruction had a profound effect on the world and on GU cultivators. The Celestial Court had an immortal graveyard. GU immortals could revive after dying in battle. Thus, seeking death and not preserving their lives was a correct tactic. Fang Yuan was even more excessive in this regard. He purposely revived GU immortals as GU masters and made them undergo immortal ascension again, using the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret to gain the greatest benefits. Thus, Lin Jianxing killed a member of the Celestial Court, but it did not amount to enmity. He could revive anyway. Instead, he captured 9 Spiritual Fairy alive and stopped her from seeking death. He became a problem for the Celestial Court. After a long negotiation, the Celestial Court finally redeemed this captive, allowing Lin Jianxing to get what he wanted. It is a pity that even though my sword path is strong in offense, it is not proficient in restraining and capturing. Sigh, this world is different from the rest. Originally, Heaven and Earth focused on cultivation methods, but this place focuses on GU worms, immortal essence, immortal materials, and other cultivation resources. Cultivation resources are the foundation of everything. Now that the Venerables are confronting each other, it is suitable for my Lin clan to expand. If I wait until the Venerables decide the victor, I, Lin Jianxing, would not be able to become a sword path Venerable. I would probably have to submit to them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's deduction was not wrong. Lin Jianxing was indeed an otherworldly demon. In his original world, he was the leader of a sword path sect. He was also called an ancestor. Such a person was naturally not willing to be subservient. He was an ambitious person who had seen through the ways of the world. Thus, after Lin Jianxing defeated the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court, he did not explain himself. He was happy that people thought he was a demonic path force. He was a sword path pseudo-venerable. What did he have to fear? Did he have to fear other Western Desert superforces? What a joke. Thus, the ones who wanted Lin Jianxing to clarify that he and Lin clan were righteous path forces were these Western Desert superforces. This way, Lin Clan would be restricted by the righteous path superforces, unable to act freely. But so what if he clarified himself? Wasn't Lin Clan previously a righteous path superforce? But if the Celestial Court wanted to attack them, they could. The latter was the #1 righteous path superforce in the world. On the contrary, becoming a demonic path was more suitable for Lin Clan to annex and expand. Of course, Lin Jianxing could not resist the attacks of Venerables. But if he could not resist, did he have to give up? In Lin Jianxing's mind, there was no such logic. Precisely because he was weak, he could do his best to become stronger, to become an expert. Precisely because he would be bullied, he had to grab onto any hope to resist and become stronger. Lin Jianxing thought like this, and also acted like this. He had already made ample mental preparations. Even if a Venerable came to deal with him in the future, he would bear the consequences. As long as he could preserve his life, he would join another Venerable. Perhaps he could even turn his misfortune into fortune, obtaining the Venerable's support and achieving greater thing. After Lin Jianxing sent off 9 spiritual fairy, he did not return to his headquarters, but continued to head north, deep into northern plains. He concealed himself and flew swiftly. Not long after, he arrived at the forbidden area of the Flower Forest. Flower Forest Forbidden Area was one of the 10 great forbidden areas of northern plains. Countless mushrooms grew inside. These mushrooms were as large as trees, forming a vast forest. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in the forest, their fragrance permeated the air, forming a dense fog. Every time the moon was full and night fell, the fragrant fog would condense and turn into liquid that flowed around the roots of the mushroom trees. The fragrance flowed and nourished these mushroom trees, allowing them to grow even stronger. Like other forbidden areas, there were countless desolate beast groups living here, including many immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants. Zhuyi Hui had been hiding in Flower Forest Forbidden Area for the last few days. It was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It could enter the forbidden area and settle down. It was much more convenient and suitable than GU immortals. Zhuyi Hui was hiding in Flower Forest. He had his own motives. He was after none other than Yu Tianguang, who was imprisoned in Longevity Heaven. He wanted to save the latter, and Flower Forest Forbidden Area was a rare Northern Plains forbidden area. Not only could it hide him, it was also the closest to Longevity Heaven. I am going. I will have to rely on you two now. Don't think of escaping. I have my methods on you. You do not have Huang Jin bloodline. Who can save you? Before Zhuyi Hui left, he did not forget to warn Lu Qingming and Su Guang. These 2 GU immortals were unlucky people. They wanted to leave Northern Plains and go to Western Desert to develop, but they were kidnapped by Zhuyi Hui and brought to Flower Forest Forbidden Area. The Forbidden Area was extremely dangerous. With their strength, they could not escape. If not for Zhuyi Hui's protection, they would not even survive a day in this forbidden area. Of course not. Our lives are in your hands. We will do our best. We will not slack off. Facing Zhuyi Hui's warning, Lu Qingming quickly replied. Zhuyi Hui snorted coldly. Its huge body turned into a pool of black liquid. It drilled into the ground and vanished. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were helpless. They could only follow Zhuyi Hui's instructions. They stepped into an immortal formation and slowly activated it. The immortal formation's power slowly seeped out. The entire process was silent. This was the specialty of Dark Path. As time passed, the immemorial desolate beast groups around Flower Forest Forbidden Area started to become restless. Especially when Zhuyi Hui had done something to the beast leaders, but they did not notice it. Most GU immortals could not do this. Zhuyi Hui was a legendary Dark Path immemorial desolate beast. It could be said to be the #1 Dark Path GU cultivator. It used all of its methods. Not long after, the immemorial beast groups started to roar in anger. The beast groups lacked intelligence. They were wary of each other and influenced each other. Soon, they started to riot. Groups of immemorial beast groups started to move under the influence of the immortal formation. They completely disrupted the order of the entire forbidden area, creating a huge beast tide. This wave of beasts broke through the borders of the forbidden flower forest and swept towards the nearby golden tribes. The Huang Jin tribes were shocked. They quickly reported to Longevity Heaven and asked for reinforcements. In this situation, Lin Jianxing arrived above Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Chapter 2351. Long before the Huang Jin tribes asked for help, Longevity Heaven had already detected the disturbance in the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Longevity Heaven was guarded by Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan discussed with Yarrow Huang and the Eight Extremities. The disturbance in the Forbidden Area is no small matter, we need to save it. In my opinion, we need to find out the reason for the disturbance. Maybe because the sun was destroyed and spectral heaven was formed, light path weakened while dark path flourished. And the Flower Forest Forbidden Area itself has abundant dark path Dao marks. After discussing for a while, Bing Sai Chuan personally went to investigate the Forbidden Area, while the rest continued to guard Longevity Heaven. The reason for this arrangement was because Bing Sai Chuan had a time path killer move that could trace back to the past and see the truth of the past. Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture's entrance opened, Bing Sai Chuan's body turned into a flash of cold light as he flew down towards the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Meanwhile, Zuoyi Hui was already hiding in spectral heaven, near the entrance of Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture. He watched as the entrance opened and closed, he did not move. The opening of the entrance was a good opportunity to enter and exit the Grotto Heaven, but it was very eye-catching. Even if Zuoyi Hui had concealment methods, he could not do that. Every time the immortal aperture's entrance opened, the GU immortals in the immortal aperture would be the most concerned about it. If Zuoyi Hui did that, he would be exposing himself, he would be looking for trouble, he would not care about Bing Sai Chuan at all. Zuoyi Hui did not want to fight him head-on. Even though he was a great legendary immemorial beast, compared to Longevity Heaven and Giant Sun Immortal, he was nothing. From start to finish, he had never thought of going in to save Yu Tianguang. Saving people was a technical skill, if he tried to do it forcefully, he might end up getting himself killed instead. Zuoyi Hui continued to conceal himself as he activated his killer move. This is a rare opportunity. Giant Sun Immortal is fighting the other three Venerables, he has no time to spare. Flower Forest Forbidden Area has also lured out a rank 8 expert. The location of Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture's entrance has also been exposed. I need to hurry. Zuoyi Hui and Yu Tianguang had a mystical connection. Using this connection, Zuoyi Hui's Dark Path killer moves started to show their effects. Within Longevity Heaven, Yu Tianguang was imprisoned in Calamity Luck Altar. Suddenly sensing something, Yu Tianguang lowered his head and looked at his heart. After that, he came to his senses, raised his head, roared, and started to struggle fiercely. The Calamity Luck Altar shook continuously. The members of the Eight Extremities were standing guard outside. Seeing this, they quickly acted and suppressed Yu Tianguang. Yu Tianguang, you've tried so many times, but you still don't understand that you can't break free from Calamity Luck Altar by yourself. Surrender to my Longevity Heaven is your only way out. As long as you pledge allegiance to my Longevity Heaven, you will receive the protection of the Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Tianguang shouted, return my rank 9 light GU. The Eight Extremities urged again, blessed heavenly light, light GU has always been wild, it is currently residing in your body, how can it be yours? Not bad. Our Giant Sun Immortal fought against 2 Venerables to obtain this GU, it belongs to my Longevity Heaven. You should thank our Lord Immortal Venerable and Crown Prince, if not for them, you might have died to Star Constellation or Fang Yuan already. Yu Tianguang's aura weakened from the suppression, but he still shouted, return my light GU, I will consider surrendering. The Eight Extremities looked at each other, they shook their heads and increased the suppression of Calamity Luck Altar. In the end, Yu Tianguang was filled with unwillingness, resentment, and anger. His strength was exhausted, and he was suppressed. But this time, he had a new hope. Brother, I am here to save you, we need to plan properly. A lump of black liquid appeared in Yu Tianguang's heart, it turned into a tiny Zuoyi Hui. Zuoyi Hui paused before continuing. This killer move of mine has been modified, it will accumulate strength in your body. When it accumulates enough, you can use my strength to burst forth. When the time comes, I'll cooperate with you outside the Longevity Heaven and create an opening together. Yu Tianguang was not assured. Giant Sun Immortal is not to be underestimated. Pay attention to him, don't get yourself killed. Zhuo Yihui told Yu Tianguang about the situation. Yu Tianguang was overjoyed. The 4 venerables will fight for a long time. This is the best chance for me to escape. It is a pity that your arrangements in the Flower Forest Forbidden Area only drew out Bing Sai Chuan. Longevity Heaven is probably being cautious against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's 3 clones are wreaking havoc in Central Continent. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation is already beyond recognition. Zhuo Yihui analyzed. The 2 legendary immemorial beasts communicated secretly. No one in Longevity Heaven noticed them. Back to the day, Bing Sai Chuan left Longevity Heaven and flew towards the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. He investigated along the way, getting closer to the location where Zhuo Yihui set up the Immortal Formation. This is bad. Inside the Immortal Formation, Lu Qingming and Su Guang controlled the formation. They sensed Bing Sai Chuan's traces. Their expressions were ashen. They knew the situation was dire. Once they were discovered by Bing Sai Chuan, they would not be able to escape. The 2 immortals thought of surrendering, but they were hit by Zhuo Yihui's Dark Path method. If they tried to surrender, the Dark Path method would activate and take their lives. But the 2 had to activate the Immortal Formation to expand the Beast Tide. They could not stop for even a moment. Otherwise, the Dark Path methods on his body would also be activated, and the 2 of them would be killed cleanly. Zhuo Yihui is using us as cannon fodder. Sigh. I never thought that today would be the day of our deaths. Just as the 2 were in despair, a turning point appeared. Who is it? Bing Sai Chuan stopped moving. His eyes shined with cold light as he was on full alert. Lin Jianxing's heart jumped. He had concealed himself and come to the Flower Forest Forbidden Area with the objective of obtaining some rare immortal materials to help him perfect Sword Forest. But he found out that a beast tide had appeared. This was good news for Lin Jianxing. In this chaotic situation, it was more suitable for him to fish in troubled waters. Lin Jianxing went deep into the Forbidden Area and met Bing Sai Chuan. Even though he had pseudo-venerable battle strength, he was not proficient in concealment methods. Thankfully, Bing Sai Chuan stopped on the spot. After looking around, he shook his head. Maybe I saw wrongly, Bing Sai Chuan muttered. He continued to move forward and continue to investigate. He did not find any signs of human activity in this beast tide, but he also did not find the source of the beast tide. Thus, he followed the various traces and gradually approached the Dark Dao Immortal Formation. Right at this time, a group of 4-legged white-scaled snakes flew over. The white-scaled snakes were already raging. After discovering Bing Sai Chuan, they charged over without hesitation. Bing Sai Chuan's pupils shrunk. He was about to kill the snakes when a sword chi shot towards him from the left. Bing Sai Chuan was not surprised. He quickly blocked the sword chi and said to Lin Jianxing, "Hey, there is someone, Lin Jianxing." Bing Sai Chuan recognized Lin Jianxing's identity when he said the latter half of his sentence. Ever since the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were defeated by Lin Jianxing, his appearance and voice had spread far and wide. Bing Sai Chuan, who was on Longevity Heaven's side, was naturally aware of this. In an instant, Bing Sai Chuan frowned. "Immortal friend Lin Jianxing, are you going to make things difficult for my Longevity Heaven?" Lin Jianxing frowned as well, yet he looked at the group of white-scaled snakes and said frankly, "The tongues of these white-scaled snakes are immortal materials of the Sword Dao that I need, and I came here for them as well. I hope that immortal friend Bing Sai Chuan will be magnanimous." "Is that so?" Bing Sai Chuan was very suspicious, but Lin Jianxing was a pseudo-venerable after all. He did not want to start a war. These white-scaled snakes are indeed rare resources. However, there is no need to worry, fellow immortal Lin Jianxing. The celestial longevity plane has many storehouses. If immortal friend is interested, I am willing to form a good relationship with you and give these treasures to you. Oh! Lin Jianxing raised his eyebrows. He was about to consider when a large group of immemorial desolate beasts charged over. The scene became chaotic. The white-scaled snakes were only ancient desolate beasts. They were not the match of these immemorial desolate beasts. But they could not dodge in time. Their formation was broken by the immemorial desolate beasts. Lin Jianxing had to take action and deal with these immemorial desolate beasts. He tried to take out the tongues of the white-scaled snakes. Bing Sai Chuan watched from the side while contacting Longevity Heaven to send Northern Plains and Western Deserts harem. He would not believe Lin Jianxing's words easily. Against a pseudo-venerable, he had to send out immortal GU houses to defend them. Giant Sun Immortal had been searching for beauties back then. He had set up 5 harems in the 5 regions. They were all immortal GU houses. Several of the 8 extremities received the order and flew out of Longevity Heaven with their immortal GU houses. Zhuyi Hui saw this and was both suspicious and happy. Honestly speaking, Lu Qingming and Su Guang had not been discovered until now. It was already out of Zhuyi Hui's expectations. And now, Longevity Heaven sent out 2 more immortal GU houses and several GU immortals. They were clearly flying towards the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Zhuyi Hui could not understand this. But no matter what, his situation was much better than before. A moment later, Yu Tianguang roared as he unleashed his accumulated dark path strength. The 8 extremities guarding this place were caught off guard. Yu Tianguang found an opening and attacked fiercely. After more than 10 breaths of time, he got out of Calamity Luck Altar. But he did not escape. He followed his senses and flew towards a secret place. The 8 extremities guarding this place were shocked. Oh no, that is the Crown Prince's closed cultivation area. Yarrow Huang had already come out of the Blood Sea. He wanted to stop Yu Tianguang but he was too late. He and Maro Li Qiu who had just arrived saw. Yu Tianguang took Light Emperor away. Light Emperor's body was nurturing rank 9 Light GU. Even though he suffered such a huge change, his eyes were shut. He did not move. He was like a statue. He had lost all senses of the outside world. Don't provoke me. I will crush him to death. Yu Tianguang shouted. The surrounding GU cultivators hesitated. They could not advance or retreat. Don't kill him, otherwise, when Lord Giant Sun Immortal returns, you will die. Friend Yu Tianguang, we can discuss this. Calm down. Quick, call Bing Sai Chuan and the others back. While the Longevity Heaven GU Immortals were panicking, Yu Tianguang attacked again. Zhuyi Hui was not hiding anymore. The 2 cooperated extremely well. They tore a hole in the formation. This hole was not big, but Yu Tianguang had a method. He first swallowed the Light Monarch in one gulp, and then his figure transformed into a ball of light. He forcefully squeezed into the opening, and then flowed out into the outside world. After coming out, the light turned into Yu Tianguang's light again. Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals chased after them. Seeing Yu Tianguang and Zhuyi Hui, their expressions turned ugly. We fell for it. Yarrow Huang stomped his feet in anger. Bing Sai Chuan received the news and squinted at Lin Jianxing. So that's it, Brother Lin and Zhuyi Hui are working together. What do you mean? Lin Jianxing was confused. Meanwhile, in Heaven Path Dream Realm battlefield. What? Giant Sun Immortal was concentrating on fighting Fang Yuan. Hearing this news, his heart sank. This seems to be caused by my flying yellow killer move. The Luck Path connection made Giant Sun Immortal feel a little dazed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to explain to himself, but he could not. This killer move of mine should be correct, right? I rarely used it in the previous life. Recently, I've made some improvements to this move. Indeed, it should, probably, not be a problem. Daoist Giant Sun, what happened? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. She was very sensitive to changes in emotions. She asked directly. Oh, nothing. Giant Sun Immortal felt a little depressed, but he waved his hand on the surface. Chapter 2352. Heaven and earth were torn apart like a huge open mouth. Boundless thunderbolts bombarded the area in a frenzy, fighting against the violent tornadoes. Meng Qiuzhen was floating in the sky, looking down at the ground. Lightning, come! He shouted. At the next moment, countless lightning balls fell from the sky, crashing into the tornadoes and causing a deafening explosion. More than 10 tornadoes were destroyed, but there were still over 100 tornadoes that were like pillars that supported the small world. Meng Qiuzhen gritted his teeth, realizing the crucial point. He had to find the exact location of this dream realm land spirit as soon as possible and deal a targeted attack. Otherwise, even if he could destroy so many tornadoes, he would have to use all his strength. It would not be beneficial for his dream realm exploration. With Fang Yuan's main body protecting him, after that close shave, Meng Qiuzhen did not encounter any more mishaps. He continued to explore Heaven Path dream realms. Not only did he raise his Heaven Path attainment level, his strength in the dream realm immortal aperture also rose rapidly. From a land spirit to a celestial court, his methods were completely different from before. Meng Qiuzhen could now manipulate the heavenly power of heaven and earth. He could already form tribulation-like powers. Moreover, he found that Heaven Path dream realms would annex each other, bringing him endless risks and opportunities in his exploration. Ice, come. Meng Qiuzhen saw an opportunity. His two small hands turned into palms and pressed down. Hailstones rained down from the sky. It was extremely violent. In just a few breaths of time, the hailstones grew larger. Some were the size of small mountains. These hailstones crashed into the tornadoes, but most of them were quickly swept away. The dark green tornadoes were soon dyed with a layer of blue-white frost chi. Their spinning speed fell drastically. So it is here. Meng Qiuzhen succeeded in creating a flaw. He found a white feather flying fish hidden in the leftmost tornado. This white feather flying fish was the heavenly spirit of another dream realm immortal aperture. Heaven Path dream realms annexed each other. The manifestation in the dream realms was the annexation of two dream realm immortal apertures. As the heavenly spirit of a dream realm immortal aperture, Meng Qiuzhen had to control his own dream realm immortal aperture to suppress and annex the other party's dream realm immortal aperture. There was a crucial step in this, and that was to find the other party's heavenly spirit and then completely destroy it. Die. Meng Qiuzhen continued to use his methods, causing flying fish heavenly spirit to become dizzy. Lightning, rain, meteors, lava, and other attacks later, the flying fish heavenly spirit was destroyed by Meng Qiuzhen. Without the support of the heavenly spirit, although the tornadoes still existed, they had dispersed and changed directions at will. They were no longer as orderly as before, and the threat level immediately dropped to the bottom. At the same time, Meng Qiuzhen's dream realm immortal aperture also increased the speed of annexing enemy dream realm immortal apertures. Once the flying fish heavenly spirit was eliminated, it would be like a general being beheaded in the midst of an army of 10,000. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they would fall into chaos and collapse. Meng Qiuzhen continued to press on, eventually expanding his dream realm immortal aperture by another half. The increase in wind path Dao marks is not bad. Another dream realm immortal aperture has come into contact. Meng Qiuzhen did not have time to rest before he saw a faint red shadow appearing outside his dream realm immortal aperture. The faint red shadow covered heaven and earth, covering the sun and moon as it crashed into Meng Qiuzhen's dream realm immortal aperture. The immortal aperture's regional wall shattered. While the two dream realm immortal apertures connected, they also started the bitter process of annexing each other. Wait a minute, this heavenly spirit seems different. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed slightly. He found that the other party was very astute and had many methods. They were not inferior to Meng Qiuzhen. Don't tell me. Profound literature grotto heaven. Chi tides moved and formed countless chi monsters that covered heaven and earth. It was a huge calamity. A large number of mortals lived in profound literature grotto heaven. Under the assault of the chi monsters, they turned into corpses. Damn it. We have to persevere. These chi monsters are endless. When will they end? Profound literature grotto heaven's GU immortals resisted with all their strength. Old immortal Hua Yu even personally fought. They barely managed to maintain the situation. This was not a heavenly tribulation or heavenly tribulation. It was a Chi Path killer move that Chi Si ancestor used to attack the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation had a large number of formation cores. After the immortal GU in the formation cores were destroyed by Fang Yuan's 3 clones, the formation bases were exposed. These formation bases were Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, Skeleton Grotto Heaven, and so on. As long as these grotto heavens were destroyed, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation would lose its foundation and vanish completely. If we had known this, why would we have tried so many ways to escape? Sigh, It is too late now. Now, we can only hope that Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has enough methods to protect our homeland. These Grotto Heaven GU Immortals felt regret to some extent. Rumble. With a loud explosion, chi currents surged like a stampede of horses. Chi-Si Ancestor gradually appeared in Skeleton Grotto Heaven. Granny Skeleton was deeply shocked, but before she could save him, many rank 8 GU Immortals of Celestial Court also arrived in Skeleton Grotto Heaven with their immortal GU houses. Without any delay, a huge battle erupted. Heaven and earth shook, Chi-Si boiled, golden light shot out, jade water filled the sky. A large number of killer moves were activated. The aftershocks caused a huge number of casualties. Immortal Killer Move Unlimited Chi-Si. Chi-Si Ancestor accumulated his advantage and could finally use this move easily. With one move, Heaven and Earth shook. Several immortal GU houses of Celestial Court were heavily injured. One of them was destroyed on the spot. Qin Ding Ling and the rest were heavily injured and coughed out blood. Persevere. Qin Ding Ling shouted. Watch me. Che Wei was valiant, fighting attacks with attacks. Chi-Si Ancestor was hit by his killer move. His injuries were not light. Immortal Killer Move Chi-Ju Revival. At the next moment, a large number of Chi Path Immortal materials were expended. Chi-Si Ancestor rapidly recovered. The GU Immortals of Celestial Court saw this and turned pale. Time to end this. Chi-Si Ancestor grunted as he activated his killer move, Hu Elevation. The energy pillar that overflowed into the heavens was grand and terrifying. It fiercely smashed out, directly splitting the heavens and earth, piercing through the entire skeleton paradise. Granny Skeleton's eyes were wide open. She could not dodge in time and was destroyed by the chi pillar, leaving nothing behind. Skeleton Grotto Heaven was heavily damaged. Winds of assimilation started to appear. The GU Immortals of Celestial Court quickly retreated through the huge hole as Chi-Si Ancestor chased after them relentlessly. Star Constellation's Will, who was inside Embroidered Tower, saw this and was about to make a move when Jean Boudou charged into the formation space. It was here after all. Wu Shuai was relieved. The Enslavement Path Killer move that he modified manipulated the ant group to infiltrate the depths of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, creating a path for Jean Boudou to squeeze into the formation space. The GU Immortals in the formation space were mainly from the 10 great ancient sects. Even though they were all elites, they were inferior to the members of Celestial Court. Even the GU Immortals of Celestial Court could not deal with pseudo-venerables, not to mention them. At once, Jean Boudou was like a tiger that entered a flock of sheep, creating a storm of blood. Star Constellation's Will sighed. She could only give up on dealing with Chi-Si Ancestor and personally activated Embroidered Tower to block Jean Boudou. After a period of stalemate, Fang Yuan's 3 clones finally broke the deadlock. They continued to destroy the Starry Sky Calculation Formation like a hot knife through butter. Celestial Court side was forced to retreat. They could not stabilize their footing. This situation was immediately transmitted to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed as she activated 2 human path killer moves. One was called Hope of the People, the other was called Heroes Among People. Divine Emperor City, which was at the largest node of Central Continent's human network, suddenly burst out with countless white lights, specks and lumps. Like candlelight, there were countless of them. The specks of light were like fishes swimming or birds returning to their nests. They gathered and attached themselves to the GU Immortals inside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, forming a dense white halo. Next, the white halo started to weaken rapidly, while the GU Immortals' auras rose rapidly. Just like during the Fate War, they received a huge amplification once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this move after all. It did not exceed Lord Alliance leader's expectations. Lu Wei-yin looked at Divine Emperor City not far away with an excited expression. She is using the same move again. It is a sign that she is out of tricks. Shun Shong smiled lightly as he attacked Divine Emperor City with Lu Wei-yin. Genesis Lotus Will and Ching Cho were defending Divine Emperor City. After being attacked by 2 experts, they could only stop supporting the 2 human path killer moves and start to defend themselves. Remote Heaven Battlefield. The white halo formed by human path killer moves also enveloped giant sun Immortal and star constellation Immortal Venerable. Both of them received amplification, their strength rose greatly. As expected of a human path method, even a venerable like me can benefit from it. Giant sun Immortal praised. Star constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply. Heaven path dream realms are almost depleted, we have lost this battle. Chapter 2353. In the Battle of Heaven Path Dream Realms, Fang Yuan initiated the battle. In this battle, Fang Yuan used new killer moves like Year-Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound, Parameter Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, and Heavenly Ghost Concealment. 7 Killings Rainbow, Tongue Sword Dragon Soul, and other killer moves were greatly modified, while concealing obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web. Thus, in the early stages of the battle, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal had to work together to resist him. But because Fang Yuan had to protect Meng Qiuzhan, star constellation Immortal Venerable, who had chaotic while scattering dream, gradually gained the initiative. At the same time, Fang Yuan's dominance also made Giant Sun Immortal wary. No matter how Fang Yuan persuaded, Giant Sun Immortal was determined to stop Fang Yuan from obtaining Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not waver. Fang Yuan mobilized his subordinates to attack various important areas in Central Continent, to make things difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw through Fang Yuan's scheme. She did not retreat to Central Continent. To continue hiding his strength and feign a lack of immortal essence, Fang Yuan angered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and lured him to participate in the battle. Meanwhile, he used Heavenly Ghost Concealment to become half an ally of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's scheme succeeded. Because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's interference, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not exert enough pressure on Fang Yuan. On the contrary, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was constantly disturbed by Fang Yuan. She could not threaten Meng Qiuzhan. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used 2 human path killer moves, she could not change the situation. The battle fell into a stalemate. As time passed, the Heaven Path Dream Realms devoured each other. Most of them were absorbed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's gains in this battle far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In contrast, of the 2 venerables, one lost his eldest son and rank 9 light GU. The other's starry sky calculation formation that he had painstakingly created was almost destroyed. More than 10 Central Continent GU immortals were slaughtered. The members of the Celestial Court were in a dangerous situation. This made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable realize, Fang Yuan had won this battle. No matter how pathetic he looked, he was the one who benefited the most. Regardless of whether Fang Yuan still has trump cards, or if he really lacks immortal essence, the most crucial factor in this battle is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the heavily injured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She felt indignance, anger, and helplessness. She had wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable long ago, but she had not succeeded. There had been a good opportunity last time, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan had covered for it. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was able to survive. In this battle, Fang Yuan made use of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to gain huge benefits. It also proved that he had great foresight. 80% of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were borne in place of Fang Yuan. He only had less than 1,000 arms left now. His huge body had shrunk by 60%, even his roars were hoarse. Maybe this is the time to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's thoughts moved. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a huge obstacle. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had once controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, she knew better than anyone else that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was filled with providence, could no longer be controlled by her. Sometimes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable admired Fang Yuan's craftiness. The latter had successfully turned Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into half an ally. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind, under Fang Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment killer move, he was more resolute and easier to use than ordinary allies. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but look at Giant Sun Immortal. Even though the two of them worked together, Giant Sun Immortal still had his guard up against her. Looking back at this battle, even though Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength, he did not have much effect against Fang Yuan. He even caused Central Continent a huge loss. Comparisons were the worst. Star constellation Immortal Venerable would rather have an ally in a daze than a clear-headed Giant Sun Immortal. But now, to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, she needed to rely on Giant Sun Immortal. Star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately transmitted, "Giant Sun, there is no need to care about this Fang Yuan now. Let's work together and get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The results of today's battle are right in front of us. We cannot let this Venerable continue to live." Giant Sun Immortal agreed with this. He felt that the reason why he could not deal with Fang Yuan was because the latter was using Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's strength. With these two working together, he felt a headache. Of course, the reason why Fang Yuan could work together with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was because of Heavenly Ghost Concealment. As long as this move was broken, the alliance between Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul would be severed. But Giant Sun Immortal knew that if he cracked it now, Fang Yuan would be able to modify it the next time. Originally, as a refinement path venerable, Giant Sun Immortal did not think highly of Fang Yuan's modification attainment. But after this battle, after being baptized by killer moves like Year-Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound and Parameter Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, Giant Sun Immortal completely changed his view. Now, from his perspective, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was above his. In fact, among the venerables of the past, other than Limitless Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the only one below Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not want to play the senseless game of deciphering, modifying, deciphering, modifying, deciphering, and modifying with Fang Yuan. Getting rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is indeed a good idea. This way, we can get rid of him once and for all. Fang Yuan will have no more allies. Giant Sun Immortal transmitted to Star Constellation. Furthermore, Fang Yuan is lacking immortal essence now, but we are different. It will be much more difficult for him to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he tries to protect him, he might fall into danger if he is not careful. By then, we can target him instead. We can even create a chance to kill this heaven-refining demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not as optimistic as Giant Sun Immortal. She replied, "Fang Yuan will not put himself in danger just to protect Spectral Soul." The two Venerables came to an agreement. They focused their attacks on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As expected, they did it. Fang Yuan immediately showed a difficult expression, but he was actually getting more excited in his heart. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fought with the two Venerables, with Fang Yuan's help, both sides would suffer heavy losses. But in the end, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would most likely die. After all, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was filled with providence. He lost his rationality. He could not even use his immortal killer moves properly. He was at a huge disadvantage. But this way, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be greatly weakened. This was the best chance to get rid of the two Venerables. As long as they did not escape back to their headquarters, after Fang Yuan used his full strength, he would be able to get rid of one of them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, while Giant Sun Immortal wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also plotting to get rid of these two. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked by the two Venerables. His injuries worsened, many of his thick black arms were cut off. He only had 200 or 300 of them left. Go! Giant Sun Immortal suddenly shot out a golden meteor. The meteor landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, smashing one of his heads. Out of his 3 heads, only one was left. He was forced into a desperate situation. He was surrounded by danger, but Fang Yuan was still attacking at a steady pace. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared. His body suddenly burned with an icy blue fire. But this fire was not hot at all. Instead, it gave off an intense icy cold energy. The temperature of the air fell rapidly. Rank 9 Fire GU could not sit still anymore. Sensing that its host's life was in danger, it finally showed its might. It was a rank 9 Fire GU after all. The three venerables retreated together. Even Fang Yuan, who had heavenly ghost concealment, was the same. Fang Yuan could deceive Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with his killer move, but he could not deceive rank 9 Fire GU. After all, the latter was a GU worm, not a soul beast. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stopped moving. The blue fire on his body spread rapidly, forcing the three venerables to retreat. The fire spread to the surroundings of the Heaven Path Dream Realms. The size of the Heaven Path Dream Realms shrunk rapidly. They were about to be destroyed by the fire. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He thought, the legends of Ren Zhu recorded that the Dream Realms are countered by Fire GU. It seems that it is true. He felt great regret. His Heaven Path attainment level had already risen from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster in the fight between the Venerables. Furthermore, he had not just stepped into Great Grandmaster realm, he had deep accumulations in this level. If Fang Yuan absorbed all of the Heaven Path Dream Realms here, he might even advance to Supreme Grandmaster. Even if he did not, there was still a high chance of him becoming a quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. However, after being burned by Fire GU, more than half of the remaining Heaven Path Dream Realms were destroyed. This is an opportunity, Giant Sun. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the initiative to activate Chaotic Will Scattering Dream. Giant Sun Immortal did not protect Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he charged towards these Heaven Path Dream Realms instead. Fang Yuan was caught in a dilemma. In an instant, he made up his mind. He gave up on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and charged towards Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal was obstructed by Fang Yuan. The two Venerables fought intensely. During this process, the Heaven Path Dream Realms were burned intensely by the fire. Almost nothing was left. Be it Fairy Myrtle, Ying Wu Xie, or Meng Qiuzhen, they were all burned out. When Fang Yuan obstructed Giant Sun, he also approached the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Seeing this, he quickly turned around and gave up on Giant Sun Immortal, approaching his Dream Path clone. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes were shut, he had not woken up yet. Giant Sun Immortal saw that Fang Yuan had turned around and left. He shouted furiously, "Fang Yuan, you are so arrogant. I will make you pay the price." At the next moment, hundreds of golden meteors shot out with terrifying power. Heaven and earth changed color. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally succeeded in activating Chaotic Will Scattering Dream for the second time. She aimed directly at Meng Qiuzhen. Boom 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 boom. The golden meteors landed on Fang Yuan and Meng Qiuzhen. Thunderous explosions shook heaven and earth. Terrifying air currents surged in all directions. The golden light quickly faded. Fang Yuan and Meng Qiuzhen flew down at an extremely fast speed. Giant Sun Immortal's eyes widened. He saw that Fang Yuan was unharmed. What defensive killer move was this? Oh no! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Fang Yuan was flying towards Central Continent. As for Meng Qiuzhen, he had already woken up, using Dream Armor GU to protect himself. At the same time, a layer of rippling reverse flow protection seal appeared on his body. After Fang Yuan's modification, reverse flow protection seal could be used to help others. It was no longer limited to himself. With 2 layers of protection, Meng Qiuzhen was completely fine even though he was hit by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move. Chapter 2354. Damn you, Fang Yuan. At once, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned ugly. Fang Yuan's move was ingenious. He brought Meng Qiuzhen to Central Continent, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable into a dilemma. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to fight with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Fang Yuan would take the chance to open his immortal aperture and keep Meng Qiuzhen inside, before wreaking havoc in Central Continent. In Central Continent's battlefield, Celestial Courtside was already in danger. The Starry Sky calculation formation was broken, 80% of it was destroyed. Divine Emperor City was attacked by Shen Shong and Lu Wei Yin. They could not even maintain their human path killer moves anymore. In this situation, if Fang Yuan's main body made a move, he would definitely cause an unimaginable massacre in Central Continent and even the Celestial Court. In an instant, star constellation Immortal Venerable, who was the #1 person in Wisdom Path, made a decision. She sighed as she said to Giant Sun Immortal, Fang Yuan is extremely crafty, he wants to use this method to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's life. We cannot fall for it. I will chase after him, I will not give him any chance to keep the Dream Path clone in his aperture. Giant Sun, I hope that you can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal knew clearly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew this was Fang Yuan's scheme, but she still fell for it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to make things difficult for Fang Yuan, but she wanted to protect Central Continent. But Giant Sun Immortal did not mind. If it were him, he would also protect the Huangjin bloodline of Northern Plains and fall for it. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal nodded and said firmly, in today's battle, between Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fang Yuan, one of them will die. Giant Sun Immortal's cooperation made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. At the crucial moment, Giant Sun Immortal still had a clear mind and made a wise decision. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately accelerated and chased after Fang Yuan. Within the Starry Sky Calculation Formations formation space, the Demon Judgment Board retreated. On the Devil Judgment Board, Guo Fangjing and Red Heart Traveler were both sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and they revealed a hint of panic as they concentrated. At this moment, the former and current Demon Judgment Board lords had joined hand. But they were all at a disadvantage. What was forcing the Demon Judgment Board to retreat again and again? Be careful, he's approaching again. Scarlet Heart Traveler, who was mainly responsible for controlling the Demon Judgment Board, suddenly warned. Jean Boudou's cloak fluttered behind him as he flew. When he activated the incomplete freedom transformation, he was a genuine beast in human form. Even the Demon Judgment Board found it hard to withstand one of his attacks. When Guo Fangjing received Red Heart Traveler's reminder, he immediately quivered and anxiously shouted, then again. In the next moment, the Demon Judgment Board exploded with a bloody light. The bloody light was like a tide, instantly spreading thousands of steps. The scarlet bloodlight was mixed with endless coldness. If Jean Boudou wanted to get close to the Demon Judgment Board, he would have to charge into the bloody light. Unavoidably, his movements slowed down abruptly. This move again. Jean Boudou could not help but have a strange expression. He had already been obstructed by this blood path killer move 3 times in a row. Demon Judgment Board took advantage of the fact that Jean Boudou's speed was falling to pull open a safe distance again. And the one who did this was Guo Fangjing. Red Heart Traveler looked at Guo Fangjing with a gratified expression, showing clear admiration. The killer move Guo Fangjing used was blood gradually colding, but he was so closely connected to the Demon Judgment Board that it was as if blood gradually colding was the killer move of the Demon Judgment Board itself. This was an extremely ingenious creation. None of the previous Demon Judgment Board lords had managed to do this. Speaking of which, Red Heart Traveler was Guo Fangjing's master. But the reason why he took him in as a disciple was not voluntary, it was more due to the orders of the higher-ups and his own benefits. Thus, Red Heart Traveler's impression of Guo Fangjing had always been bad, he did not put this disciple in his heart. But now, Red Heart Traveler's impression of Guo Fangjing had changed greatly. Handing Demon Judgment Board to you was not wrong. Fangjing, you need to work harder in the future. Red Heart Traveler encouraged. Ah, yes, I will engrave Master's words in my heart. Guo Fangjing was a little surprised, but he soon sighed. I entered the derivation formation and came into contact with the essence of painting path. I modified the killer move blood gradually colding. After going through Demon Judgment Board, its power rose sharply and can freeze the blood of rank 8 GU immortal experts to death. But when it comes to Jean Boudou, it can only obstruct him for a little while. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, encouraging, it is not that you are not outstanding, but the opponent is too strong. He is one of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's strongest clones after all. When his brother Guo Fang Yuan was mentioned, Fangjing heaved a deep sigh again, His emotions were complex and indescribable. All right, we need to hold back Jean Boudou, we cannot let him destroy the formation space too quickly. Red Heart Traveler could not conceal the worry in his heart. Sigh, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's strongest clone is still Qi-Si Ancestor. I hope Lady Qin Dingling can delay him. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation's formation base was set up in the two heavens Grotto Heavens. There were only a few of these Grotto Heavens left. It could be said that Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was the final pillar. Qi currents surged like an ocean covering the sky. Qi-Si Ancestor looked down at everyone from the sky. Qin Dingling, Duke Mai, Duke Tong, and the rest were either controlling immortal Jiyu houses or floating in the air. They were all looking at Qi-Si Ancestor with extremely solemn expressions. Up until now, Qi-Si Ancestor had displayed the strongest battle strength among pseudo-venerables in the current era. Especially when Hu Ang's move could forcefully destroy a Grotto Heaven, no one could resist it. Be it Qin Dingling's luck path, Che Wei's weapon path, Duke Mai, Duke Tong, and the other older generation Celestial Court experts risking their lives to fight, or Ju Xiongxin, 9 Spiritual Fairy, and the rest's constant harassment, they could not stop Qi-Si Ancestor from destroying the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Immortal Killer Move 9 Magnificence Ju Pill. Ruan Dan was constantly activating his Pill Path Killer move to heal the Celestial Court's immortals. He still had a life extension pill that could forcefully extend the life of others, even if the target had already suffered a fatal blow. This was the result of him entering the derivation formation. In this battle, if not for Ruan Dan's spectacular performance, the Celestial Court's GU immortals would not have lasted for so long. Be it Ruan Dan or the other Celestial Court GU immortals, they had made considerable progress, but Qi-Si Ancestor had become even stronger. He could almost match Duke Long at the final moment of the Fate War. Qi currents surged and suddenly turned into countless giant dragons that scattered. They gave up on the Celestial Court's immortals and attacked Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Old Immortal Hua Yu cried out in grief, Lord Fang Yuan, are you really going to kill us all? Before he finished speaking, tears were already falling down his face. Duke Tong shouted, everyone, don't be shaken, don't rashly save the mortals, this demon is using our compassion to mess with our minds. Once we split up, we will definitely be destroyed by him, it is up to us now. 7 Fiendish Prime Val Monarch suddenly transmitted to Shabi 95. Master, are we going to use that move? But we are not proficient enough in our practice. There is no other way, we can only try. We need to exert pressure to disrupt him, otherwise, once Qi-Si Ancestor finds a chance, he will use the killer move Hu Elevation again. 7 Fiendish Prime Val Monarch said as he activated his killer move. Shabi 95 breathed in deeply and also activated its GU worms. The two's auras connected. Shabi 95 suddenly turned into a grand Qi that poured towards 7 Fiendish Prime Val Monarch. The round-headed and big-eared 7 Fiendish Prime Val Monarch opened his nose and inhaled this grand Qi. His body expanded rapidly. When he absorbed all of the Qi into his body, he turned into a giant that could support heaven and earth. The giant 7 Fiendish Prime Val Monarch pounced. With a loud sound, he crashed into the huge Qi-Si and stirred up countless Qi currents. Qi-Si Ancestor's body shook uncontrollably, he almost lost control of the boundless Qi-Si. The giant 7 Fiendish Prime Val Monarch opened his nose and inhaled continuously in the Qi-Si. The Qi-Si rapidly shrunk and entered his stomach. We need to hurry up. 7 Fiendish Prime Val Monarch is using Shabi 95's special trait to absorb all the Qi outside. He cannot last for long, once he reaches his limit, he will self-detonate. The Celestial Court GU Immortals who knew the details of this move quickly moved out and attacked. Qi-Si Ancestor was attacked alone, he first pushed with his palms, creating a 100 feet tall Qi wall that obstructed the Celestial Court's attacks. Next, he waved his arm, Qi blades appeared out of nowhere and slashed at Duke Tong and 9 Spiritual Fairy, causing them to vomit blood and retreat. The Qi currents became grand and majestic. Qi-Si Ancestor was about to attack again, but 7 Fiendish Prime Val Monarch ignored his own life and started to devour the Qi currents again. Qi-Si Ancestor snorted coldly as he used Yin-Yang Great Killer Move, sending 7 Fiendish Prime Val Monarch flying like a ball. He used finger flick to hit Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, Old Immortal Hua Yu, and Zhu Xiongxin, easily defeating them. Jun Shenguang had incredible speed. He attacked again and attacked Qixi Ancestor, but was blocked by Qixi Ancestor's defensive method. Immortal Killer Move Orchid Breath. Qixi Ancestor's injuries recovered rapidly. Immortal Killer Move Qi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers. This was a killer move from Primordial Origin's True Inheritance. It was modified by Qixi Ancestor. Its activation speed was more than twice as fast. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, Duke Tong, 9 Spiritual Fairy, and the rest who were about to counterattack were all stunned. They fell from the sky. In the chaotic battle, WNZ Hong, Prince's Impatience, by Kang Shui, and Uncle Feng quietly occupied the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west, surrounding Qixi Ancestor. Immortal Killer Move Earth, Water, Wood, Fire, 4 Elements Deviation Formation. This was not an ordinary killer move, it was an ancient battle formation. This formation needed to be formed by 4 rank 8 GU Immortals, 1 more or 1 less was not allowed. Not just that, these 4 GU Immortals also cultivated Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and Fire Path. After the killer move was activated, WNZ Hong, Prince's Impatience, by Kang Shui, and Uncle Feng were covered in armor, green, red, black, and yellow. Their bodies were shining with bright light. The 4-colored light spread rapidly, becoming one. It was turning into a battlefield killer move. Qixi Ancestor's expression changed slightly. He showed a look of praise. This move was innovative. It had already touched upon another level. Not only was it an ancient battle formation, it was also a battlefield killer move. We are going to trap him. Don't relax. Success or failure depends on this. The Celestial Court Immortals were excited. Qixi Ancestor laughed heartily. It is a good move. Just as he said that, a figure descended from the sky. The Immortals' expressions changed when they saw this. Chapter 2355. Seeing that Qixi Ancestor was about to be trapped by the Earth, Water, Wood, and Fire 4-phase deviation formation, at the crucial moment, a rank 8 GU Immortal attacked. The Immortals looked at him, seeing that this Immortal had a muscular body, a tall nose bridge, his body was covered in golden dragon scales, his dragon eyes were like amber, there was a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. He was extremely handsome. It was one of Fang Yuan's 3 clones, Dragon Man Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai had just entered Profound Literature Grotto Heaven when he was chased by 2 members of Celestial Court, Fairy Charming Soul and Golden Hooped Great Immortal. Wu Shuai had fought with them earlier, but he had not gotten rid of them completely. Be it Qixi Ancestor, Zhon Budu, or Wu Shuai, they had all made breakthroughs in strength. Qixi Ancestor's strength rose to Duke Long's level during the final stages of the Fate War, while Zhon Budu gained many GU worms. His methods became more comprehensive. As for Wu Shuai, he was originally on par with 1 Celestial Court GU Immortal, but now, he was above 2 rank 8s of Celestial Court. At this rate, Wu Shuai will definitely become a pseudo-venerable in the future. Quickly stop Wu Shuai, don't let him save Qixi Ancestor. Celestial Court GU Immortal Jun Shenguang was the first to attack, followed by 9 Spiritual Fairy, Duke Mai, and Duke Tong. Wu Shuai was attacked by 5 or 6 Celestial Court GU Immortals. He was in danger. He could only protect himself. Countless army ants surrounded him. There were tens of millions of them. No matter how many were destroyed, they could be replenished at any time. It was as if they were endless. Open. Qixi Ancestor waved his sleeves, creating hundreds of feet of Qi currents again. The 4 GU Immortals who formed the 4-phase deviation formation had a change of expression. They felt like they were mortals fighting against a sin dragon. The 4 GU Immortals tried their best to maintain the formation. This was like a contest of strength against Qixi Ancestor. They coughed out blood at the start. Quickly help us. By Kang Shui quickly called for help. Oh no. Quickly go and help them. This formation cannot fail. Celestial Court's GU Immortals were anxious. Duke Tong, Duke Mai, and the other Immortals surrounded Qixi Ancestor. Qixi Ancestor did not move. He defended with a smile on his face. Let's see how long you can defend for. Because of Qi ancestors' display of might, Wu Shuai had a chance to catch his breath. He stretched out his hand and pointed. A large number of army ants condensed into the form of a giant eagle and attacked Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Stop! Old Immortal Hua Yu's eyes almost split apart from rage, and he stood up to obstruct the attack. However, he was only able to eliminate 15% of the attack with all his might, and he was powerless against the remaining 85%. The entire Profound Literature abode trembled violently while army ants were gnawing everywhere, and they emitted dense and tiny chewing sounds that were horrifying to the extreme. Quick, save Profound Literature Paradise. It's the final pillar of the myriad stars calculation array. Old deity Hua Yu cried out in grief. Celestial Court's GU immortals could only mobilize manpower to protect Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. This way, the pressure on Qi ancestors' side lessened, he could find opportunities to attack more easily. Celestial Court had to protect the myriad stars calculation array. It was in a very passive state. This disadvantage was exploited by Fang Yuan's 3 clones. The Celestial Court's GU immortals had almost no time to breathe. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was already in a state of collapse. Countless living beings died tragically. Ants were everywhere. Many places had been drilled through, creating a passage that could leave Profound Literature Grotto Heaven and reach the outside world. But this was not an escape route. Most GU masters did not have the ability to fly. They would die if they left the Grotto Heaven. GU masters were already like this, not to mention mortals, beasts, and plants. Xiao Bai, take my daughter and leave. Imperial Minister Su was a rank 7 GU immortal of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. He stood in front of Li Xiao Bai and Su Qihan, protecting them. No, I want to continue fighting. This is my home. Li Xiao Bai was already heavily injured. As he spoke, his voice was trembling as tears of blood flowed down his face. Imperial Minister Su turned his head and shouted at Li Xiao Bai, "Rascal! How can you show off your bravery now? Profound Literature Grotto Heaven is in danger. You are our hope. The people in your immortal aperture are the seeds of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Get lost, get lost. Father-in-law, let's leave together." Li Xiao Bai pulled Imperial Minister Su. Imperial Minister Su waved his hand, shouting furiously, "I am an important official of the Imperial Court, but you are not. Thus, you can leave, but I cannot. The Empire is at stake, so what if I die? Ha ha ha." Imperial Minister Su laughed loudly as he pushed Li Xiao Bai out of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, before flying into the ant group and starting an intense battle. "Father!" Su Qihan screamed. Her voice was filled with sorrow as tears rolled down her face. She was forcefully dragged away by Li Xiao Bai through the hole in the Grotto Heaven. But right when the two were about to escape, a change occurred. The entire aperture wall of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven collapsed. Replacing it was a black-brown barrel-shaped earth wall that was full of holes and holes. There were countless caves and tunnels in the earth wall. It was like a maze. Li Xiao Bai and Su Qihan, this pair of desperate lovebirds, almost escaped with their lives, but they were repelled by the earth wall. What is this? At once, almost all the GU immortals were shocked. A battlefield killer move. It is even faster than my rumor cage. Zhu Xiongxin's expression changed. The other members of Celestial Court also had ugly expressions. Before they could trap Qi ancestor completely, they found themselves trapped in a battlefield killer move instead. It is Wu Shuai's killer move. Qi ancestor smiled. Before the battle, they had already exchanged their strength and methods. Qi ancestor knew, this was Wu Shuai's myriad army and nest battlefield killer move. The core immortal GU used was rank 8 and nest GU. This move used blessed lands and grotto heavens as the foundation, first sending countless army ants to invade them. After reaching a certain level, it could be activated. Once activated, the original blessed lands and grotto heavens could be destroyed, turning them into an ant nest battlefield. The activation process was very fast, but the initial accumulation needed a long time. Thus, among the battlefield killer moves, Rumor Cage was the fastest to set up. After Wu Shuai activated Myriad Army Ant Nest, he directly captured all the existences in profound literature Grotto Heaven, including them in this battlefield. He immediately activated the army ants to attack the GU immortals everywhere like a flood. At the same time, he sent many ants to devour the resources inside, allowing the army ants to reproduce rapidly. The GU immortals of Celestial Court were attacked by the army ants. Seeing that the army ants were so compatible with this battlefield, they realized Wu Shuai was the owner of this battlefield killer move. We still underestimated him. Fang Yuan's 3 clones have many new methods. They have modified almost all of their killer moves. What will happen to Fang Yuan's main body? Now is not the time to worry about Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. We need to get rid of this battlefield. The GU immortals of Celestial Court conversed and came to a consensus. But it was not easy to find one person in this huge Ant Nest battlefield that was comparable to profound literature Grotto Heaven. The GU immortals of Celestial Court tried many methods but to no avail. Wu Shuai hid in a corner. He began to leisurely mobilize the army ants to attack the 4 immortals of Celestial Court from all directions. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court formed a battle formation to trap Qi-Si Ancestor, but now, they were being attacked by the outside world. Qi-Si Ancestor saw the chance and created countless Qi currents to attack the 4 immortals of Celestial Court from all directions. They were on the brink of death. The GU immortals of Celestial Court could not find Wu Shuai for now. They could only focus on suppressing Qi-Si Ancestor. After several rounds of fighting, the 4 immortals of Celestial Court coughed out blood, their auras weakened again, while Qi-Si Ancestor was still full of energy and vigor. If this formation gathers earth, water, wind, and fire, it should be even more powerful. It is a pity that we lack a wind path expert. Qi-Si Ancestor smiled. The longer time passed, the more things he could see. Qi-Si, take this. Golden hooped Immortal Monarch flew down, activating hundreds of golden hoops that danced in the air. The golden hoops tried to land on Qi-Si, but they were blocked by the Qi currents around Qi-Si Ancestor. Duke Mai's figure suddenly appeared, his snow-white eyebrows suddenly grew, piercing through the Qi currents and coiled around Qi-Si Ancestor's arms. Qi-Si Ancestor gave a growl. Qi currents surged like a vast tsunami, crushing mountains and shattering rocks with unstoppable force. The Qi currents attacked golden-hooped Immortal Monarch, Duke Mai, and the 4 immortals of Celestial Court. At the crucial moment, Jun Shenguang, Zhu Xiongxin, and the rest took action to help the 6 members of Celestial Court. The giant 7 fiendish Primeval Monarch charged over. A mountain-like hand slammed down on Qi-Si Ancestor's head. At the crucial moment, Qi-Si Ancestor smiled lightly. Immortal Killer Move Si-Qi Sect. This move was modified from the killer move Triple Qi Retraction. It used Heaven Qi and Earth Qi, 2 rank 8 Immortal GU as the cause, turning all living beings within the range of the killer move into Qi currents that return to Qi-Si Ancestor's body, turning into Qi Path Dao marks. Thus, this was not just an offensive method, it could also be used for cultivation to increase the number of Qi Path Dao marks one had. This move was powerful and mysterious, but it had 2 major drawbacks. First, it expended a lot of lifespan. Second, once this move was activated, regardless of success or failure, it could not be used again within 100 days, Qi-Si Ancestor's own time. Under the killer move Si-Qi sect, the GU immortals of Celestial Court were first restrained, they could not move. Next, Duke Mai was the first to suffer, first his eyebrows, then his skin, flesh, blood, and finally his bones and organs. They all melted into Qi currents and were absorbed by Qi-Si Ancestor. When Duke Mai melted to his bones, golden-hooped Immortal Monarch also started to melt into Qi, turning into nothingness. Duke Mai and golden-hooped Immortal Monarch died one after another, followed by Jun Shenguang, Zhu Xiongxin, and the rest, followed by the 4 immortals of Celestial Court who were the furthest away. The first to collapse was WNZ Hong, followed by Prince's Impatience, by Kang Shui and Uncle Feng. Qi-Si Ancestor looked at the 4 of them. You still lack teamwork, and more importantly, 2 of you have just revived, your GU worms are incomplete, they are in a weakened state, this is the greatest weakness of the battle formation. You want to trap me, wishful thinking. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court gritted their teeth, they did not have the energy to speak. Seven fiendish Primeval Monarch was indignant. He was mostly melted, but he still raised his broken fist, wanting to smash at Qi ancestor. You seem to have forgotten about me. Wu Shuai's voice was transmitted. The army ants were densely packed. They climbed onto seven fiendish Primeval Monarch's body. At the next moment, seven fiendish Primeval Monarch's giant body collapsed. My main body is here. We won this battle. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. He could see that he did not need to make a move. As long as he laughed for a while, Qi ancestor alone would be able to defeat the four immortals of Celestial Court. Is that so? At the moment of defeat, Prince's impatience suddenly showed a smug smile. You fell for it, Qi ancestor. Before he finished speaking, at the center of the four elements offset formation, Qi ancestor's body shook. The qi currents around him changed rapidly. They turned into Lin Jianxing's figure, standing behind Qi ancestor. The Lin Jianxing formed by the qi currents was very lifelike, but he had no expression. At the next moment, he stepped forward and forcefully entered Qi ancestor's body. Qi ancestor was heavily injured, his defenses crumbled. Not far away in the battlefield, Star Constellations will suddenly smiled. She ignored Jean Boudou who was in front of her and threw Star Constellation chessboard. Now, I will let you see the true secret of the star array formation. The starry sky calculation array collapsed with a loud bang, and the remaining stars all self-detonated, instantly spewing out a majestic and mighty force. With the help of Star Constellation chessboard, this force directly shattered the ant cave battlefield, turning Prince's impatience and the other three immortals of Celestial Court into powder before sealing Qi ancestor. Go! Star Constellation's Will's voice resounded from Star Constellation chessboard. Star Constellation chessboard rotated rapidly above Qi ancestor's head, shooting out a ray of starlight that enveloped Qi ancestor and dragged him towards Celestial Court. The door of Celestial Court was slightly opened. It had been prepared for a long time. Fang Yuan's main body rushed over. Seeing this, he showed an expression of shock and anger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, so this was all your scheme. Chapter 2356. Success. We succeeded. Prince's impatience shouted. His pale face was filled with excitement. We did not fail you. WNZ Hong's eyes drooped. Her aura was almost non-existent. She had never been so weak before. The so-called four phases deviation formation was just a decoy. Its main purpose was to deceive others. The true purpose was to create an environment to create Lin Jianxing's sword qi. Prince's impatience, WNZ Hong, and the rest had died at Lin Jianxing's hands not long ago. After they revived, they apologized to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with heavy hearts, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rewarded them instead. She told them that this was all part of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan. As it turned out, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path person in history. During the fight between the three Venerables, she used all sorts of clues to deduce that Lin Jianxing was an otherworldly demon, and his battle strength had reached pseudo-venerable level. Lin Jianxing was in closed cultivation. He had been concealing his strength. Nobody knew about his secret. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable deduced it, she did not reveal it. Next, she sent 5 GU Immortals of Celestial Court to attack Lin Jianxing. The goal was to use phantom path methods to steal the power of Lin Jianxing's killer move. Everyone knew that the immortal apertures of Celestial Court's members were phantom apertures. When the Celestial Court's GU Immortals were injured in the battle with Lin Jianxing, sword path Dao marks were engraved on their bodies. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's modified phantom path methods could contain these sword path Dao marks in the phantom aperture, and after the Celestial Court's members died, they could be secretly retrieved. After retrieving the sword path Dao marks, through a series of methods, Lin Jianxing's methods could be reconstructed. After Qi ancestor was hit by this move, he panicked and was attacked by Star Constellation's will. He could not defend in time and was sealed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable concealed the truth. Only after the Celestial Court's GU Immortals revived did she tell them the true plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable apologized to them. The Celestial Court's 4 Immortals said they did not dare to accept it, They only felt immense joy in their hearts, they had no resentment. They were loyal to the celestial court. They also understood that star constellation Immortal Venerable's concealment was reasonable. Only in a situation where they were unaware could they maintain such secrecy. That was why he was able to reveal his true feelings in the intense battle with Lin Jianxing without any flaws. But why do you have to do everything you can to obtain Lin Jianxing's methods? Wan Zihong had raised this question at the time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not tell him, she only told him to follow her arrangements. Now that Qi ancestor was sealed, Prince's impatience and Wan Zihong finally understood star constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking effort. The key factor was Lin Jianxing's power. Firstly, he was a pseudo-venerable, even though his main body was not as strong as Qi ancestor. The sword Qi methods that the celestial court restored were amplified many times, their power far surpassed the limits of Lin Jianxing's current abilities. Secondly, Lin Jianxing's core immortal Jiyu was sword Qi Jiyu. Even though sword Qi was filled with sword path Dao marks, it also had dense Qi path Dao marks. Precisely because of this, he could target Qi ancestor who cultivated Qi path. Finally, Lin Jianxing's sword Qi attack was too sudden. Qi ancestor was caught unprepared. Qi ancestor is finally sealed. But Lady Star constellation Immortal Venerable spent so much effort to capture Qi ancestor alive. What is the reason? Qi ancestor is heaven-refining demon Venerable's strongest clone. Maybe it is to restrain Fang Yuan. I heard that fairy charming soul modified Bo Qing's soul long ago. Even though the clone is convenient, it is also a huge weakness of the main body. The other celestial court GU immortals watched as Qi ancestor was brought to the entrance of the celestial court. They conversed. Don't even think about it. At this time, a Venerable flew down from the sky. He wore a white robe, his black hair was fluttering, his eyes were dark and deep, his expression was filled with anger and killing intent. It was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan placed his hand on Meng Qiuzhen's shoulder, maintaining reverse flow protection seal as he attacked. Immortal killer move, parameter dragon snake dust fog soul bursting wind. Fog rumbled, dragons and snakes roared, forming a terrifying attack. It was like a grand heavenly river was pouring down, targeting Qi ancestor. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not care about anything and wanted to kill her strongest clone, star constellation Immortal Venerable, who was following closely behind, had a grim expression. Fang Yuan, you are truly ruthless. You did not even hesitate to kill me. It is a pity that I am here. Star constellation Immortal Venerable stopped her secluded domain of heaven and earth. She stretched out her 10 fingers and pointed. Because of the fast speed, a series of finger shadows appeared. Rainbow lights condensed from the finger shadows. They were all blue in color. They were extremely dazzling like crystals. Fang Yuan's soul fog was cut by the blue rainbow lights. It quickly crumbled. The remaining power was blocked by embroidered tower. The remaining wisps reached Qi ancestor but were protected by star constellation chessboard. Star constellation, you. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He re-evaluated star constellation Immortal Venerable. In their previous fights, star constellation Immortal Venerable had never used such a method. It was not that she did not have it, but she did not choose to use it. She had been concealing her strength all along. Qi ancestor's clone was sealed. Fang Yuan's counterattack was within star constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. Star constellation Immortal Venerable resisted with all her strength. Fang Yuan could not make any progress. If star constellation Immortal Venerable tried to deal with Qi ancestor and imprison him, she would definitely be obstructed by Fang Yuan. It would be difficult for her to succeed. But by the same logic, Qi ancestor was already imprisoned. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had the initiative. It would be easier for her to obstruct Fang Yuan's rescue. Eventually, under star constellation Immortal Venerable's obstruction and protection, Qi ancestor was successfully brought into celestial court. Master's revival, there is finally hope. Seeing this, star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart was lifted. She could not help but feel joy. The three Venerables faced off. Under the situation of spectral soul palm heaven, Giant Sun and Fang Yuan only had one choice, that was to continue fighting and wait for an opportunity to suppress them. while at the same time developing their own strength and starting an arms race. But for star constellation Immortal Venerable, there was a better choice. That was to revive other Venerables. In the history of Celestial Court, there had been 3 generations of immortal kings, including Red Lotus Demon Venerable. It could be said that it had nurtured 4 Venerables. But now, out of the 11 Venerables, 4 came from Celestial Court. This was a huge number. Because other than them, there were no other super forces that had nurtured Venerables. Celestial Court was the number 1 and also the only super force. As long as they could revive a Venerable, Celestial Court would have a huge advantage. Red Lotus could not be considered for now. Primordial Origin and Genesis Lotus were both good choices for reviving. According to star constellation Immortal Venerable's investigation, Primordial Origin and Genesis Lotus both had 2 revival paths, but they were hidden very deeply. Genesis Lotus Self-Portrait and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Celestial Court secret treasury needed time to find clues. It would be troublesome if they delayed. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had another way to revive. That was the Chi Harvest Fruit. Celestial Court's Chi Harvest Fruit created Chi-Si Ancestor. Thus, star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to imprison Chi-Si and force Primordial Origin's revival to continue. This way, killing Chi-Si Ancestor would not work. She could only capture him alive and preserve the Chi Harvest Fruit. It was very difficult to capture a pseudo-Venerable alive. Against a Venerable, Chi-Si Ancestor could even resist 1 or 2 moves. He was not completely defenseless. This was because he had the secluded domain of heaven and earth, who land, while star constellation Immortal Venerable lacked the rank 9 Immortal GU of Wisdom Path and Star Path. Moreover, Fang Yuan had a lot of experience. He had a crafty and sinister nature. He paid attention to the safety of his clones. He kept them in his immortal aperture and rarely sent them out. If star constellation Immortal Venerable personally made a move, it would be too grand. She would be obstructed by Fang Yuan before she could make a move. Thus, star constellation Immortal Venerable planned this from the start. Celestial Court lacked pseudo-Venerable battle strength. It was a clear disadvantage, but it was an advantage if she used it well. Star constellation Immortal Venerable set up the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. One reason was to calculate and increase the cultivation efficiency of Central Continent's GU Immortals. Another reason was to use it as bait to conceal her methods and deal with Chi-Si Ancestor. Next, star constellation Immortal Venerable used Lin Jianxing's strength to obtain a crucial method to deal with Chi-Si Ancestor. At the same time, she also left a flaw that was neither big nor small, to show weakness. All these preparations were not enough. Heaven Path Dream Realm. This was a fortuitous encounter for Fang Yuan, but for star constellation Immortal Venerable, was it not a fortuitous encounter as well? As long as she used the enemy's fortuitous encounter properly, it could be her own fortuitous encounter. Fang Yuan will definitely come. The moment star constellation Immortal Venerable discovered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, she understood Fang Yuan's intentions. She could not do anything about the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Feng Kim Hoang had not matured yet, but star constellation Immortal Venerable could use the Heaven Path Dream Realm as bait. The truth was, even if Feng Kim Hoang matured, star constellation Immortal Venerable would be hesitant to use her. Feng Kim Hoang's father was Feng Joga. The latter had an unclear relationship with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Feng Kim Hoang obtained Dream Wings Immortal Gu's origin. This was clearly the treatment of a great dream seed. And the so-called Great Dream Immortal Venerable was the plan of Providence when Fate GU was still around. Could such a person be used? Especially at such a crucial moment? But star constellation Immortal Venerable did not expect Fang Yuan to move so quickly. Since he is so fast, Fang Yuan must have great strength. Before the battle started, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already guessed this secret. Thus, when Fang Yuan continued to expose his strength in the battle, star constellation Immortal Venerable was not as surprised as she showed on the surface. Fang Yuan has modified so many methods and has a new killer move. It is very likely that he will obtain Wisdom GU again. Star constellation Immortal Venerable stood in front of the entrance of Celestial Court, turning around to face Fang Yuan. This number 1 Wisdom Path person was covered in sparkling starlight. She had a smile on her face. Fang Yuan, do you dare to enter heavenly court for a chat? Saying so, star constellation Immortal Venerable floated backwards, crossing the immortal aperture's entrance and entering celestial court. The entrance of celestial court was still wide open. Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks. He snorted coldly, activating killer moves again and again. First was by Lie Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, followed by Year Shocking Dream Turbulent Soul Sound, but star constellation Immortal Venerable blocked them easily. Using the countless wisdom path Dao marks in celestial court, star constellation Immortal Venerable's strength rose sharply. Fang Yuan's expression was extremely dark. He snickered. Star constellation is truly the #1 wisdom path person. You are truly amazing. Why don't we make a hostage transaction? Fang Yuan, you are empty-handed. Who can you trade with? Fang Yuan raised his arms, saying loudly, at this moment, Central Continent's men, women, children, immortals, mortals, fools, they are all my hostage. Star constellation Immortal Venerable heard this and sighed. She had clearly expected this. She had a complex expression on her face. There was helplessness, guilt, determination, anger, and so on. She opened her mouth, but her expression turned cold as she said to Fang Yuan, then go. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.